September Policing Performance Committee meeting. I would like to welcome committee members, authority staff, Police Scotland colleagues, Cosla and HMICS colleagues. I have one member's apology this morning, Chris Cregan. He's given his apologies for today's meeting. Is there any other apologies from anybody? No? Okay. We'll move on to section 1.2 on our agenda, which is declarations of interest and connections. Could I please ask members to confirm if they have any declarations of interest or connections in relation to the agenda items today? No? Okay, 1.3, which is the public minute from the 11th of June, and this is for approval. So could I invite members to approve the draft minute of the Policing Performance Committee from the 11th of June 2024. Okay, thank you. We now move on to the rolling action log and matters arising. We have 5 actions on the action log, one of which is ongoing, 1 is proposed to close, and 3 are not due until the December PPC. So action number 2, are members content to close this? Okay, thank you. So we'll now move on to section 2. Before we move to this first paper, as always, you'll notice we have a very busy agenda today and lots of important issues to be considered. So I would ask that all presenters take the reports as read and use their brief introductory remarks to highlight anything that is not included in the report so that we can use our time for members' questions. So as read, and let's try and move through this agenda and give proper consideration to each of the papers that I know everybody's worked so hard on producing for us today. So 2.1, which is our quarterly policing performance report, which covers Q1 for 24-25, and we have Tom McMahon, the Director of Strategy and Analysis, and Chief Inspector Mark Patterson supporting him. So Tom, if I could turn to you, please.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm going to take your steer on this, given the scale of today's agenda. The report is there for members. We've enhanced the level of data that we include in there. It's more heavily focused in that space. We made that commitment as part of the development of this year's performance framework. We've got a particular reference to young people, violent crime, because that is an issue that we're discussing and addressing in the tasking environment, both at national, regional and local level. So there's probably a discussion to be had, but we thought that was worth drawing attention to. Equally, road fatalities, and at obviously the last meeting of the full authority, there was a presentation from your Director of Forensic Services around nitazines, but we wanted to draw that out as well, just given the scale and the continuing issue around drug deaths. But I'll stop at that point and just open to questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Tom. It is a very comprehensive report. This is the first one in a new format, I have to be honest and say I found it a big improvement, easier to read, and certainly drew out some of the key issues for us. So with those comments, I'll open it up and see if members have any questions for you. So I have Tom Halpin and then Mary Pitt-Caithley. So Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And again, just associate with the Chair's remarks, Tom, about the improvement in the report. There's clearly a huge amount of effort going in there with the team, thoughtful in how it's presented. It'd be easy to say where's all the tables and for everything, but that's available for in the background. What this is about analysis. So I really am grateful for that. it throws up 2 or 3 things, and it might well be that others in their questions will cover the same area. I suppose it's about just that is just a natural progression of the discussion. One of the areas is it's clear that in this period, crime and offences, this is actually over the trend line as well, crime's up, and it's up 4%, over 4% just now. Although, and there's been a lot of work there because actually the number of detections is up as well. But so my question is on that bit specifically, without that data being disaggregated, is that a pattern across all territorial divisions, all areas of Scotland?
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for the question. Yes, it is. The management information that we publish breaks that down, but the upward trend, I think, is across the piece. So, yeah, I mean, we can maybe draw that out in future reports more clearly as a disaggregation point, but I think that's the position in terms of local experience. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. So building on that then, and the point you made about young people and particularly violent crime, in the report, it talks about violence with involving young people, particularly in the educational environment, is noticeably increased more in the, from what I read, the east of Scotland, Lothians, Fife and North East Scotland. So my question in terms of what is our joint working ongoing with, we're hearing later today of the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, so that's very much the territory of prevention that their focus. And the other thing is that is there a correlation? Campus cops and police deployed in support of schools in their community came under real pressure with as funding came under pressure. Has that been disproportionately affected in the east of Scotland? Is there any connection between campus cops and the increase in violence in educational locations in the east of Scotland?
Yeah. So Tom, I see that DCC Bex Smith wants to come in. So I don't know if you want to come in or allow the DCC.
No, I'll defer to the DCC. Thank you.
Yeah, and then also ACC Mark Sutherland wants to come in. So if Bex, if you take the opportunity to come in here, and then Mark can pick up from there.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, everyone. So just a couple of points, if I may. Tom, really important question, and we are seeing rises across Scotland, but I think really important to note that through the new performance board and the data that Tom's team are now providing us with Tina and others, we're able to really get underneath that and understand what that looks like. And your point around schools and education establishments is really well made. We've seen that. Interestingly, and I won't steal Mark's thunder because he'll probably talk a lot about this in his presentation a bit later on in the agenda, but I asked the question very similarly to you in terms of, are we able to look at kind of local services and see the impact of funding cuts that's then perhaps showing through in terms of some of the premises that we're seeing more offences reported of violence? Is that something that actually we can understand a bit more, and we're doing some work around that to get underneath that a bit more, Tom? Because I suppose my sense is if children aren't diverted or there aren't services for them to take up and do things with, then is that something that we need to work on to understand a bit more and support kind of local services around that? So that's something that we're looking at and working through in terms of the performance board. But I think I'm really confident that actually now we've got the ability to have the data, we can see right across the divisions and understand what that picture is. And then through tasking, I've been working with the regional ACCs to get right underneath that, and they've taken that through their regional delivery boards to understand within their particular geographical areas, where are they seeing increases, what's causing that, is that something that we need to push into, what else can we do in the preventative space with partners, etc. So a lot going on in that space. I think we'll probably continue to see a slight upward trajectory in relation to that at the moment, until we kind of understand that more fully. But I won't steal Mark's thunder because he's probably going to add a little bit around that. And then, as I say, the presentation later will go into a bit more detail around the sort of deep dive in terms of violence and particularly youth violence that we're seeing an increase of. But thanks for the question, Tom. Really important point.
Okay, thanks for that, Bex. Appreciate it. Mark, you've been teed up there, so if you could come in, please.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to everyone. Hope everyone is well this morning. So just picking up on some of the points that the DEP made, I think the first thing I would do is, having come through the operational ranks in Scotland, is to really kind of promote the value that I think campus officers bring. I think they're a huge asset to the education setting. I think they're a huge asset to policing, and certainly something that I have always and will continue to advocate for. What we do see is that there is sometimes a bit of a mixed bag in terms of where and how campus officers are deployed, and that's because they're deployed where there is agreement by all parties that a campus officer is the right approach. So that includes education authorities, policing, and individual head teachers as to whether they would want a campus officer within their schools. So that can lead to a bit of a mixed bag, and I continue to advocate for campus or youth engagement officers, as they're known in some areas of the country, to be within education settings, and that there's a financial collaborative approach to that as well. It's a good question, Tom. I think I probably have a bit of work to do and a bit of an action there about looking specifically at the East and whether we've seen a drop-off. What I am doing with Chief Super Phil Davison at the moment is a broader piece looking at public services across Scotland and how that might have impacted on performance and policing. So when we consider addiction services, antisocial behaviour and noise teams right across the country, a whole range of services that are or were provided by local authorities, and understandably hard decisions are being made right across a lot of public sector organisations. And I think we're currently doing a bit of work with the local policing team to try and understand and assess some of that impact that would then allow us to analyse a bit further, and I'll wrap that campus element into that. But what we do is through our Policing Together team, we have a children and young persons team, and we bring everybody together through a quarterly school engagement forum to try and make sure that we are sharing best practice between our campus officers and our school engagement officers, that we're working in the best way that we can with local authorities round about that prevention space. And of course, when you begin to get these highlights or instances of violence, particularly in schools, that should also be picked up locally through the community planning partnerships, and it should be picked up particularly through our regional delivery boards or our regional tasking boards, and there should be local action being taken there as well. So there are a number of layers that are continuing to drive in and hopefully make sure that we're on top of that particular issue. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that, Mark. And I see Tom's lowered his hand, so for this moment, we'll take his content with your responses, and I'll move over to Mary, who's been waiting patiently. So Mary, your questions, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm building really on Tom's question. I think what we have here is much more useful information, but also beginnings of very helpful information in relation to benchmarking. So we're all keen to see improved comparative crime rate analysis, and I'm sure it will be helpful when it comes to the revised model of policing, for example. One figure that jumped out of the report at me was the fact that in the year April 2023 to March 2024, crime in England and Wales fell by 1%. Now, probably not going to be that in the current year, given what's been happening over the summer. But in the same period, crime in Scotland, or reported crime in Scotland, increased by 4%. So I wondered if there was any comment on that, and particularly whether or not that we think is due to more effective enforcement action or a rising prevalence of criminal behaviour. And I hope it's not the latter, but I'm genuinely interested to know what we think is behind that increase.
Thanks, Mary. Tom, you want to come in and speak to that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mary, thanks for the question. I was going to ask Tina McLucas just to come in and explain some of the recording differences that we have. I'm not downplaying that there is a different direction of travel based on the historic numbers, but we do record differently here, and that may have some impact on the numbers. But Tina, do you want to come in?
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, absolutely. We keep this at very, very broad levels in terms of comparison with England and Wales. We do have a different legislative framework. We count things differently. We've got different groupings, but that's a piece that we've worked through with Amanda Coulthart and others on the call, Leslie Carnegie as well, in relation to benchmarking in our approaches across the UK. We've done quite a focused piece of work on that. So we developed a suite of guiding principles as well that allow us to look at data quality, how we can use benchmarking to drive up data quality. So I'm not suggesting other areas have less quality in data, but these are all factors that influence data and how we approach our benchmarking. I think it's important to note as well that, as well as areas that we have been discussing around crimes of dishonesty, cost of living, and all these elements that have had an impact in driving up some of our crimes, like shoplifting that we've spoke about here, and we speak about a lot in our internal tasking processes. We're also seeing an increase in those more sort of proactive type crimes. So although that drives up crime volume, I think that really links in with the Chief's priority around proactivity. So the things like bail offences, weapons, etc. So we're actually seeing that type of crime increasing. So although we don't want to see increases in volumes, I think it's important to note when that is actually down to the officer proactivity. So there's a lot of complexities that underpin the changes that we're seeing in crime and offences. We've also moved in Q1 to the crime groupings to mirror Scottish Government. So we're now looking at that through the lens of groups 1 to 8, which you'll see some changes there as well, which I think there may be some questions as we go through the process. For example, introducing a group 8 crime, and that's mostly what you'd have been used to seeing in group 7 around road traffic offences, etc. So a lot of movement, but not necessarily a negative, that we're seeing a slightly different direction, because there are some positives there, particularly around the proactive space.
Thank you very much, Tina. That's very helpful.
Yeah, thanks very much for that response. And I think everybody appreciates the challenges of benchmarking, because you aren't always comparing like with like in very simple terms, but there are huge advantages to it as well, and it's good to hear that and see that Police Scotland are making use of it and using it as a learning tool. If there are lessons to be learned, they'll be absorbed and adopted within the organisation. And if the differences are such that it's not valuable, then you understand why it's not valuable. So it's really good, to see that included in the report and to hear how you're making best use of it. Tom, you've got another question.
Thank you. And we discussed the significant increase in shoplifting that's in the figures, and we also know in the report it shows antisocial behaviour as down. That's not the sense we get when we engage with specific sectors like the retail sector, who see, or very often see, antisocial behaviour along with shoplifting, for instance. So many of those reported crimes probably has an element of antisocial behaviour, but it's not prosecuted under that, and therefore doesn't show up in the figures. And you just need to be an ordinary concerned citizen and look at social media and the concerns around these types of incidents that are on there. So is there any specific operation plan to focus on these two areas of policing that really affect citizens' daily life?
Tom McMahon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Tom, if you come in first, and then Mark Sutherland's going to follow up from you. So over to yourself, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Tom, thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, the 20% uplift in shoplifting reports is significant. Equally, the point I was going to make was when we come to the board next week with the 3-year plan, we're going to be emphasising the priority we want to give to supporting victims of antisocial behaviour and a recognition that they are victims of crime. So it was to give you some assurance on that, but the shoplifting point is definitely a feature of the tasking discussions that we've had, and I'll let Mark probably cover those, but thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Tom. So Mark, if you'd like to come in.
Thank you, thanks for the question, Tom, and clearly it's a good point well made that very often one crime type on its own doesn't stand without a connection into a broader crime, not necessarily just acquisitive crime or shoplifting and antisocial behaviour, but when we see assault, it's assault and threats, or and quite often, we need to make sure that we continue to look at those and that more holistic approach. ACC Tim Mayers continues to lead on acquisitive crime, connected into our serious crime division as well, working with a whole range of partners across retailing and the business retail consortium, as you know, and there are plans definitely in place to take that moving forward. In terms of the antisocial behaviour piece, it's quite an interesting one when we, as you say, when you continue to look at almost the voices of communities. Antisocial behaviour, quite rightly, continues to be really high on people's agenda and their experience of and fear of crime. But yet we, in policing since the COVID pandemic has passed, seem to continue to report fewer instances of antisocial behaviour and fewer instances of the antisocial behaviour that the police are directly responsible for. So when we look at instances of disorder, etc., we continue to see that decline, but we very much play part of a more holistic approach to antisocial behaviour. A lot of the antisocial behaviour that is, for instance, that's reported later in the report, the polling report, actually talks about areas where police maybe are not directly involved, and so it could well be stuff that's been picked up through local authority noise teams, through community warden enforcement, littering, dog fouling. It's a huge antisocial behaviour in itself. Is a very wide-ranging subject, and of course it goes all the way up to fly tipping again, where of course police play a role in that, but we don't play the single role. So I think in some ways it ties back to your point about campus officers, and it ties back to that. What are the structures, collaboration and cooperation between local authorities and policing to make sure that we are doing the best that we can collectively to serve our communities? And that's the antisocial behaviour is one which I think quite rightly is very much delivered at the local level. It's very much delivered through local teams, through community planning partnerships. It's very much delivered through local policing plans, and also more collaboratively through the LOICs and the locality plans that look more broadly at antisocial behaviour. So it is very much something that's on our radar, because whilst we are pleased that instances of antisocial behaviour are falling, we recognise the importance of it to communities, and we recognise the partnership element that's required, and it's something that we're continuing to take forward at that local level.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Mark. I don't want to ambush Councillor Chalmers here, but obviously I think she'll speak to some of this when it comes to her paper later on, and I think you're right to identify, Mark, that the importance of those local policing plans and the LOIPs and that local engagement. I don't know if Councillor Chalmers got any comment on that at this point.
Thanks, Chair, and sorry for the late delay in getting my sound sorted out here, but yeah, I've got a few things I think coming up in my report at the next but one item. So so if you're happy, I'll just leave it and make my comments there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect. I think you will cover a lot of important areas for us there. So I see that I have Katerina has raised her hand. So it's all very polite when people raise their hand to ask questions. So, Katerina, over to yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I have a question in relation to a section, I think on page 36, which talks about the C3 division working towards achieving the LGBT charter status. And in particular, it talks about the fact that the division is working with LGBT Youth Scotland to do that. Now, LGBT Youth Scotland has recently hit the headlines again, primarily due to the fact that one of the previous chief executives is a convicted paedophile, and there has been another involvement of another convicted paedophile who has co-authored a report about coming out. So since then, the BBC, for example, have withdrawn funding from the organisation, as well as, I believe, the Edinburgh City Council as well. So a number of people are withdrawing funding, and we are still working with this charity. I was wondering, what is the due diligence on third-party organisations that Police Scotland partners with when it comes to progressing the really important developments within diversity, inclusion, etc. I suppose we need to be quite, I would say we need to be quite careful with who we partner with. So my question is, what's the due diligence, and have the headlines and the developments prompted any review of our practices in that space? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katerina. And DCC Bex Smith has raised her hand to respond. So, Bex.
Thanks for the question, Katerina. I'll cover this more broadly, just in terms of as opposed to focusing on one particular organisation. So I think really important point to make is in terms of we have to get this right in terms of who we partner with, and absolutely appreciate your comments in relation to that. And it's something that's come up on numerous occasions with different agencies that we've partnered with or charters that we've looked at over the time. And sadly, this is not a one-off incident in relation to a particular organisation. So it's a piece of work that's currently sitting with policing together in terms of how do we make sure we are making the right choices and the right decisions in terms of charters or organisations that we partner with. It's tricky in policing. We are independent, and that's really important in terms of our philosophy and our values. So leave that with me, Katerina, and I'll make sure that the board get an update as and when we've completed that piece of work moving forward. But just probably important to say it's not just in relation to this. There's so many other agencies and organisations where we've seen that happen in the past, and we've had to make decisions around that. So leave that with me, and I will bring that back at an appropriate point, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's that. Thank you for that response to the question, and we will look forward to you bringing forward an update for us. Any other questions? Okay, I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to come in with. I welcome the improvements in call handling times, particularly in relation to the treble 9 calls. But the number of contacts seem to be dropping, and there's been a lot in the media this week. 1 million, it says, calls have been dropped. I wonder if Police Scotland have got any thoughts behind this trend, and whether there's anything to be concerned with the number of drop calls that are reported in the media. Bex, and then I have ACC Mark Sutherland as well. So over to you first, Bex.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. It's a really, really important question, and it's something that. So I think the figures in the media are misleading, and there is a lot of information to suggest that actually when people call 101, often they're diverted either to 999 or a more appropriate agency. The way our data is recorded at the moment, and this is why we are looking at changing our systems and our processes in relation to this particular area, doesn't give us the ability to be able to dig down deep enough into the data to understand that to the degree that we would like. So I think we are well aware of it. Jane Connors has, with Emma Bond, has picked up a piece of work to understand what that looks like in terms of, so we can get underneath it. But I think it's really important to say that actually a lot of the time those one-on-one contacts are, as I say, diverted onto different agencies. 999 calls, often they're mistyles or they are inappropriate in terms of contact from a policing perspective, people asking what time the next bus is, or for example, which I know sounds really trivial, but we do get a lot of those calls. So it's in train in terms of a piece of work that we're doing at the moment. We know that that's a really important area for us. Our 999 call performance is strong, and our one-on-one, as I say, it just needs a bit more work to understand the data a little bit more around that.
That's really helpful, Bex. So there's work and train around these areas. You know, what sort of timescales are we looking at here?
So Emma's taken this into the C3 Modernising Contact and Engagement project to have a look at specifically. I can't give you a timescale around that because it probably links to the deployment of new technology that we're looking at in terms of the C3 space around public contact. And that's not just around people picking up the phone physically to contact us, that's around online contacts, different methods and ways that we think people should be able to communicate with us in the future. So it forms kind of part of a larger piece of work. So let me take that away, Chair, and I will have a chat with Jane and Emma just in relation to some of that, and hopefully we can provide you with at least a timescale around that and a bit more information, which should hopefully allay your concerns around that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Chair. Just one last question of myself, picking up on the general performance report. Domestic abuse reports, recorded domestic abuse offences are up, although some detection numbers have declined. Rape, particularly women over 16, is up. Is there any correlation there? Is this still a real focus? Obviously, through COVID, some of the training that would have been delivered to probation officers and around domestic abuse would have been disrupted, or officers around that. Are we getting back to normal? Is there something there that we need to do? It's not that I'm suggesting that we're not taking it seriously or anything like that. It's just there's a reality of how do we stay on top of this and make sure that women are supported in these horrible situations.
Yeah, Tom McMahon and then Bex coming in on this.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to defer to the DEP very shortly, but it was just to draw attention to the fact that we will bring back to this committee a deep dive piece of work around rape, and we have been tracking both internally and in the reports that were provided previously the uptick in sexual offending, and obviously with the DASA legislation as well, that's brought more recordable elements, but we will bring more depth to that, but I'll let the DEP step in now.
Okay, if the DEP comes in and I see that I had Graham Grant had his hand raised, I'm not sure if he still wants to come in after the DEP. So
thanks, Chair. I was going to bring Graham in. Just with the caveat that Graham's new to post, he's just taken over public protection, so is new to role in that regard, but very experienced in that particular area. So I was going to ask him to come in, but I suppose just to set him up with that, all I was going to say was this is an exceptionally important area for us. Genuinely, it really is, and it has been. And the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy is ongoing. Steve Johnson is doing a big piece of work at the moment around the implementation plan in terms of making sure that we're utilising all available resources through community planning partnerships, etc., and really drawing on kind of the justice sector, as it were. But just to reassure you, this is still a huge area for delivery for us, and actually in terms of training, it's a real priority. We are renewing our training needs analysis so we can understand actually how do we better equip our officers and staff to deal with people at times of vulnerability, not just domestic abuse, but also the wider kind of sexual offending arena as well, so that we give our staff the skills needed to be able to pick that area of work up, which we know is really, really complicated, and where people report to us often after many instances of domestic abuse, it takes a long time for them to come forward and have the confidence. Therefore, we need to make sure our officers and staff appreciate that, and the training should align to that. But I'll bring Graham in just in terms of some of the detail around that. Thanks, Graham.
Graham?
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Chair. No, you're absolutely right. It does. It clearly is a key component of the VOG work that we do in terms of that increasing trust and confidence and giving people the ability and the forum mechanism, if you want, to report. So you have to see that kind of increased reporting as a positive consequence of that. We've obviously engaged in some really high profile media campaigns as well over the last year and beyond that. And we'll continue to do that work. But I think specifically the question was around about the training in terms of the domestic abuse aspect of it. And I think there was a reference as well to COVID and the impact that it had there. So in terms of the domestic abuse matters training, which is probably specifically the bit that you're talking about for new officers coming through the door, yes, that was a challenge, but we do have a budget set aside for that to get back to that kind of level of compliance that we would seek to be at. And we're looking to implement that by March, April time. So there's a clear plan in terms of how we'll roll that out. That will get us back up to the point that we need to be with existing officers who have joined during that period that's been a challenge. But then thereafter, moving forward, a key bit of work for me and the team will be about how we embed that and make sure that that isn't an annual challenge that we're having to try and recover it. So clearly the key bit there will be about how we deliver that to new people coming through the door so that they have that training and that support from inception in the job. But the other bit as well is that as a part of it, in conjunction with Safe Lives, we've developed a number of modules that are CPD modules that are on kind of key components of domestic offending that cut across a lot of the work that we do. So it's about delivering that and going beyond just the DAMS training, but giving people that additional knowledge to discharge their duties, to recognise the sort of precursor events, the telltale signs, and give victims the best response there. But embedded within that is officers' knowledge of the DASA legislation and their ability to apply it. So again, when you see more crimes being recorded, that's clearly a key component of that as well. So it is a kind of the fruit of our labour in many respects.
Thanks, Graham. Content, Tom? Thank you. So, Mary Pitt-Caithley.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. My interest just now is in relation to the section about road fatalities, where although there has been a small increase from last year, the figures are still really very, very high. And of course, each of these deaths, and we had 21 in May, 16 in June, each of these represents a real tragedy for at least one family. And, you know, we would want to see those figures as low as possible. And I see that there's a proposal that we should be ambitious in saying that there would be no one seriously injured or killed on our roads by 2050. Totally support that. But in the meantime, we need to do everything that we can to try and reduce these numbers, which are particularly high in the Northern Division of Police Scotland. So there's a road safety framework being prepared with partners, and I wondered if anybody could tell me a wee bit more about what will be the difference from that framework to that which we have at the moment.
Bex, if you want to come in to respond to Mary's question.
I can. I'm not an expert on roads policing, so bear with me, Mary, but I think really important to note that your concerns are absolutely right, the same as ours, just in relation to the increase in fatalities. The team are doing an awful lot of work to understand that and have done quite a lot of analysis to see, is there a particular theme, is there a particular place, is it time of day, time of night that causes that particular incident? And sadly, there are no particular themes. We've had some medical instances of deaths, which will probably come out of the figures. We've also had, really sadly, some triple fatals where more than one fatality in an accident. But ACC Gary Ritchie met recently with government to discuss the new strategy in terms of how do we combat this? What more can we do in relation to road deaths moving forward? And there's a lot of activity and action that's come out of that. Lots of different Fatal 5 campaigns, national seatbelt campaigns, etc., that will bring a lot of different activity forward to try and work through the preventative activity. Just also on that, an important part of that, I think, to note is we know in England and Wales that the sort of speed awareness courses were introduced as well, just in terms of trying to bring something different to a sort of early preventative activity, and that's something that Gary and the team are working on in roads policing to see if we can bring that forward in Scotland. And I know that work is quite well progressed, but I'll bring in a couple of colleagues who might have a bit more detail to give you first as well, who've both got their hands up, if that's okay, Chair. I think Mark was first, Mark Patterson, and then Mark Sutherland, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's perfect. So 2 Marks, but Mark Patterson first.
Yes, morning. Thanks, Mum, and thanks, Chair. Really, in some ways, maybe not a huge amount more to add over what the DCC has put in. We've had a couple of very bad months, which had a number of collisions and maybe a disproportionate number of fatalities resulting from those collisions. A couple of incidents involving triple fatalities in the east, one of which involved 2 motorcycles going colliding head-on into each other, which you would think was a fairly rare event. The figures have improved somewhat over the last couple of months. We're getting sort of closer as to where we have been in the previous sort of 3-year and 5-year average, but still way off where the target figures would be for the 2030 and 2050 visions. Looking at the analysis, exactly as the Deb's saying, it's spread across the country, spread across the days of the week, spread across the times of day. The only thing we can say with any clarity is it's the national roads and sort of the 60-mile-an-hour limits which see the greatest number of casualties, largely because again they're undivided. Cars are travelling up to sort of 60 miles an hour. There's lots of things like trees and other vehicles obviously for the collisions. But perhaps in many ways, what's not surprising is that it's car drivers, followed sort of by motorcyclists, particularly this time of year, and then pedestrians. But in many ways, what is more surprising is the age range of those involved, where quite often we focus on younger men as being the high risk. But when you look at a lot of the figures, we're talking the sort of 26 to 35-year-olds, and then another peak in the 55 to 65-year-old, particular in terms of motorcyclists, where you get that sort of born-again rider type of motorcyclist who only brings their bike out in the sort of the good weather, hasn't got the riding experience, and possibly gets carried away on the roads, particularly up in the north and down in the borders. But in terms of trying to address those, we have had a lot of sort of recent campaigns. Operation Radar, which was utilising overtime to increase our deployments, in particular in those divisions which had seen the increase in terms of motorcyclists sort of down in the borders and sort of northeast and north divisions, which did have an impact. We were talking about maybe a couple of hundred motorcyclists being stopped and interacted with, and while we were having those campaigns on, we were seeing obviously a dramatic drop in the terms of fatalities. But it's trying, a lot of it is probably education based. It's linking in with local authorities, linking in with schools in terms of pedestrians and young people, with a lot of interaction with a lot of businesses in terms of getting inputs into their apprentices and young drivers to try to improve their general driving behaviour, which they can then take on as they get older. And linking in very much with the safety camera units in terms of speed enforcement, particularly for some of these rural roads in the Scottish borders and up into the sort of the north coast, and sort of the North Coast 500 route, to try to influence driver behaviour when we are up there. But very much from a road policing perspective, it's linking in with local authorities and local policing to try to maximise our visibility and the input and the effectiveness that we can have.
Thanks for that, Mark. If I pass over now to Mark Sutherland, and then I'll come back to Mary.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick because the DCC and Mark have pretty much covered most of what I want to say. Like the DEP, I'm not an expert in terms of the strategic framework, and happy to take that back on behalf of AC Ritchie to Mary in terms of what specifically will be different, but provide the reassurance from a local policing perspective and an operational support division perspective that we continue to have dedicated road policing resources in our rural areas and on our rural roads, where we know that these particular fatalities sadly too often occur. And just to draw out a couple of initiatives that you may have seen that are on the go at the moment, particularly around about the advert that's quite often on the television at the moment regarding familiarity and speeding on rural roads. And I drive this bend every day and I drive it at this speed, but actually it only takes that one single moment of a difference in the road variation or attention for that to turn into sadly a catastrophic incident. And also that that we know that 1 in 5 of these are as a result of speed. And you'll see Chief Superintendent Hilary Sloan along with the Transport Minister launching the speed awareness campaign and driving that forward. So just some additional context, which is hopefully helpful.
Thanks for that, Mary. I don't know if you've got anything to come back in with.
No, those responses are really helpful. I'm relieved to know that this is still very much a priority for Police Scotland, and I think we're all committed to seeing these figures reduce as much as possible, as quickly as possible. So thank you very much for the responses.
Okay, thank you. I've got one more question to ask on this paper from me, and it's in relation to the unacceptable assaults on police officers. And it notes in the paper that most divisions had increases in the proportion of assaults on police officers per attended instance. So I was wondering about the actions being taken to protect the well-being of officers, and particularly in those areas with higher rates of assaults.
I can say that, Chair. I'll get my hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
So I would echo, I'm grateful for your question, actually, and I'm grateful for you highlighting the number of our officers who sadly are still becoming the victim of assault whilst in the workplace. Successive Chief Constables have made it absolutely clear and been strongly reaffirmed by Chief Constable Farrell that being assaulted is not part of your job. And how unacceptable that is, the impact that can have on not just officers but their colleagues and their families. So the reassurance that I would give you is that we continue to urge officers to report not just criminal assaults but to also submit use of force forms so that we can continue to gather the data and insights that we need into officer assaults and more broadly the use of force. What we are seeing is that increase, but at the same time, thankfully the injury rate for officers is remaining broadly the same. And I would always continue to urge our officers and staff to make sure those reports are in so that we can continue to get the insights that we need from that. And in terms of how we do that, so DCC Alan Spears continues to lead the Diamond Oversight Group round about assaults on officers and staff and wellbeing. We have our Use of Force Monitoring Group, which is chaired by Chief Superintendent Alan Gibson through our training and development, and that looks at how we need to readjust our officer safety training, which we still commit to as a 2-day course and have done for some time. And you'll have seen that colleagues in England and Wales have moved into that space as well in terms of bringing it into a 2-day course. So we still commit significant time into that training and awareness, but it's about making sure that training is fit for purpose and that it actually keeps our officers safer when they are deploying. And I also still chair the Your Safety Champions Networks, which is a group of champions right across the force who continue to try and share that best practice at a local level and take that forward. Now we still know that we still have that analysis that tells us too many of our officers are actually assaulted while standing with prisoners in custody, whilst taking prisoners in and out of vehicles. So we're still continuing to do a bit of work in that space to see how can we continue to look at these trends and reduce those instances of assault. So, and then on the other side of that, it's about our effective absence management and effectively making sure that any of these instances, whether they are traumatic, leaving physical impact, that we have the mechanisms and measures in place to support them moving forward. And our employees employee assistance programme and Optima and all the work that we do in that space to then wrap around that support that makes sure officers can recover and come back and present themselves as the best officer they can be in the workplace. So I hope that gives you the assurance as to how we manage that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that response. You know, it goes without saying how difficult a job police officers and police staff have, and I would just echo those words about how unacceptable it is. It is not part of the job for officers and staff to be assaulted. So appreciate the work that's going on to try and reduce this and mitigate the effects of it. So thank you for that. Any final questions on this section? Okay, I think you realise by the range and the volume of questions that I think this first iteration of this report has hit the mark. You know, really appreciate the benchmarking and actually the new performance framework and that outcome-focused approach, you know, which helps us to understand whether or not Police Scotland are delivering against the strategic police plan and the annual policing plan. So, you know, thank you for that. Okay, we will move on then to the next section, which is section 2.2. And again, Tom, you are going to lead for us on this. And it's the annual police plan and it's the baseline and metrics.
Chair, thank you very much. And thanks for your comments in relation to the last item and for the support that we've had from SPA members and officers. In terms of this paper, this is an action that we had taken some time ago. I apologise that we've not brought it forward before now, but members rightly wanted to understand of the commitments that were in this year's annual police plan. How were they to be progressed? How were we going to measure impact? And what was the kind of systematic approach to reporting? So what we've enclosed as an annex is each of the commitments that were within the annual police plan, the chiefs first, and clarity on who as an executive lead is responsible for delivery. And effectively what we're describing is a commitment that we will bring forward on the same cycle of reporting that we've previously agreed with yourselves of a half-yearly report on the annual police plan. That will come in December. It's work in progress at the moment. And then obviously the Chief Constable's annual review of policing, which comes at the end of the year and features in the annual report and accounts. But what we wanted to make clear was a commitment that we've heard really clearly what the committee expects around progress updates across these actions, and they will be a mix of both the qualitative narrative, if you like, on progress, but equally the quantitative data about impact. And some of that's available, some of it's unclear, in all honesty. But we are working on the basis that we want to be able to tell a story of improvement. So we need to be clear on the baseline for each of the commitments and then show that the action we committed to has both been delivered and has had some impact. So really the purpose of the paper here was to give you that commitment, to show you where ownership sits, and to make the commitment that when we do bring the half-yearly report in December as scheduled, you will have that level of detail, and we'll continue to work with SPA officers and yourselves just to make sure that that's going to hit the mark. So I'll stop at that point. Thank you.
Okay, Tom, appreciate the paper, and I also appreciate the contact that we've had directly on this and the development of it, and I'm joined by my colleague Tom Halpin in those meetings as well. So before I make any further comment, I'll open it up and see if anybody has any questions at this point. No questions. Okay. So really appreciate the paper, Tom, and I know that to a degree it's still a work in progress, and that I fully understand that. It's just to clarify that the expectation is that, you know, there'll be specific timescales within there for each of the deliverables. And as you've just said, when we get to the 6-month point for 24-25, we will get, you know, what proportion of deliverables are currently on target to be completed within this current financial year. So we look forward to that. I think December. You've said on that, and you know, really, I think if we continue with this vein and that strengthening and that clarity, the understanding of ownership and whether things have delivered and improved outcomes, that's what we ultimately. So I'm appreciative of that.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, you've got that commitment from us, and this year's annual police plan was deliberately written with a bit more brevity and a bit more clarity about what we organisationally would commit to deliver. So that's the way in which Tina, myself and the team are now building the work to get us to that half-yearly report that will be that mix that I've described, and will also be really clear on what progress has been made by each of these executive leads. Thanks. Okay, so with that, we'll now move on, and actually, with everybody's forbearance, we're now going to take the rest of section 2 in a slightly different order, and this is to allow Councillor Maureen Chalmers to attend a conference. So I really appreciate her taking the time out on a very busy day to come along here today. We'll now take item 2.5, which is the Cosla update report just now. So over to yourself, Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thank you for accommodating me. I'll be with you for a wee bit longer, but I will need to leave a wee bit sharper. Yep. So thank you. Some of what I'm going to talk about now relates to the last 2 papers, so hopefully I can accommodate responses to some of the points raised there. So I'm delighted to bring the Cosla update today for members' awareness. Leslie's here in the background if you've got any questions or if there's anything we can update you on further. As you'll see from the Cosla paper, there are just a huge number of activities taking place across community safety and community justice, I think, that demonstrates collaboration between policing and local authorities. This isn't exhaustive, so I think we're hoping when we come to the next Police Performance Committee, we'd like to provide a fuller update on all the activity as set out in the partnership delivery plan between Cosla, SPA and Police Scotland. Cosla has been involved in a range of policy areas around to enhance and improve community safety. We've been a key partner with Scottish Government and Police Scotland in the action group on processions, and following us jointly agreeing the final draft, the report was published in June, which sets out 6 actions to be taken forward by the processions working group, who are next due to meet on the 3rd of October. We're a member of the Scottish Government's Hate Crime Strategic Partnership Group, and you may be aware that the Hate Crime Strategy has a commitment specifically for Cosla and Scottish Government to work together to develop a toolkit of resources for local authorities and their partners to help address hate crime and build community cohesion. It was covered earlier under the Police and Performance Report, the increased reporting since the introduction of the Act, and we hope that this toolkit can go a long way to improving the overall identification and response to this crime. Cosla is also supporting with the review of current approaches to tackling antisocial behaviour, which we had discussion on just a wee while ago. Recently supporting Scottish Government to hold an engagement session with elected members across Scotland to better understand the needs and challenges of communities in relation to antisocial behaviour. We know that there's a need to focus on prevention, while also being mindful of resources and budget pressures. It's expected that findings of the review and engagement work will be ready by the end of the year, where we're keen to understand the next steps and what this will mean for local government and policemen. We were really pleased to collaborate with Police Scotland and Solace in the creation of the Memorandum of Understanding for Firework Control Zones that clearly sets out roles and responsibilities. This will enable greater consistency in approach across all policing divisions and local authorities with regard to data requests, should there be a case for an area to become a fireworks control zone. Cosla has also worked with Scottish Government to agree the methodology for the distribution of funding to local authorities to support firework control zones implementation. Lastly, in the community safety space is our involvement in the Prevent subgroup. You'll hopefully have seen that the Prevent duties guidance for Scotland has been refreshed this year and become statutory on the 19th of August 2024. Cosla has continued to working with Scottish Government and partners to support the implementation of that guidance. In relation to community justice, we're all very aware of the current demand and pressure in Scottish prisons in relation to the prison population. There's a lot of work going on between all partners to agree measures that can bring down the population in the immediacy and longer term. Everyone worked flat out over the summer to support the emergency release of prisoners, but sadly we're now seeing numbers peak again. It's warming to see the collaboration between partners as we collectively grapple with this challenge, but we're naturally concerned about the impact on local government and resources as we shift the balance from custody to communities. Cosla will continue to be actively engaged in this planning process, both in terms of what needs to happen now, but also the longer term plans for reducing the prison population through activity in the revised National Strategy for Community Justice and the Programme for Government. Relative to the next agenda item, and we've already referred to it a wee while ago, is our work in Equally Safe. You'll have seen, hopefully, the recently published 2024 to 2026 delivery plan, through which we will work with partners and stakeholders to establish a public health approach to prevention, develop a flexible and stable funding model, and further develop trauma-informed workplace practice and strengthen links to other areas of public protection. We want to make sure that the work of Police Scotland, Violence Against Women and Girls Strategy and Equally Safe align with strong collaboration. And I suppose that would be my main point. And I know, I remember probably back in the last year, and with these conversations, Bex, as well, about how all that aligns together, because there is an overarching Equally Safe strategy and delivery plan. And it's really important that we're all in there together, working together. And there was just one other kind of point I wanted to make that's kind of current as well, refers to the last report. And it's around about the action to adjust your approach, the Police Scotland approach and around mental health related incidents. And I think, although I'm not getting into it today, it's just a reminder that we've got that collaborative framework. And again, it's let's work together in this, let's make sure we get that right for everyone. And the final wee comment I would make was, again, in the previous paper, there was reference to protection, public protection to better protect all children and vulnerable people from harm and sexual exploitation. And just to let you know that the recent presentation of the J review at the SOC task force, following that Cosla are looking to support action for children to deliver a webinar of the J review, and will then consider the review at both the Community Wellbeing Board and the Children and Young People Board within Cosla later on this year. So hopefully that's kind of given you see how it connects into lots of things we've already touched base on, and hopefully it's of interest to everyone here. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Councillor Chalmers, for giving us that overview of some of the key areas that you're working on. I think, you know, what strikes you, and you highlighted it yourself, is that there has to be a team approach here. You know, so many of the issues that you've highlighted, no one public body or indeed you know, third sector or private can resolve the issues. We're looking for improvement, and it's no surprise that you know, Cosla and, you know, local government and local authorities are a key partner if we're going to hope to progress in many of those areas. So really important report for us. And with that, I'll open up and see if we have any questions from colleagues. So I've got a question for you. It's just looking for a little bit of clarity from both Cosla and Police Scotland that there is alignment between the commitments in the new Equally Safe delivery plan and Police Scotland's own implementation plan for violence against women and girls, and whether this supersedes or reframes anything that Police Scotland has previously committed to. Police Scotland presented the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy as being evolving work. So just wonder what your thoughts are on that, and perhaps colleagues within Police Scotland.
Will you want to bring me in, Chair, or Bex?
Since you've just presented, if I allow you to gather your thoughts, and I'll ask Bex to come in first.
So thanks, Chair. Really important question. Thanks, Maureen, for the paper. Some really interesting points in that, and I think your point is really well made. Twofold, really. The first is absolutely we need to be in alignment. We know that with resources being difficult in some areas at the moment, actually it's really important to understand what each agency can offer in that particular area, especially when we're talking about violence against women and girls, and utilising that, not working against each other, but working together. So to that end, I actually had a meeting with Steve yesterday around the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy in terms of alignment through equally safe, but also the work that we're doing in, and this links to that, but the work that we're doing around prisons, so that we can understand the factors of mental health on women who are in prison particularly, and also offenders as well. And we've got some initiatives sitting in the criminal justice space with my other hat on, which will support that work in the round. And I was sitting with partners yesterday discussing some of those initiatives and how we're going to bring those forward. Steve is doing a piece of work at the moment to refresh our implementation plan for violence against women and girls. We've had it running for probably 18 months now. We've crossed off a lot of objectives, but some of those have changed importantly. And I think you're right, Chair, it's really important to make sure that we're current, that we're working with partners in the appropriate space. So Steve is going to refresh the plan, and we'll bring that forward in terms of what that looks like around responsibilities, areas of focus, where we can have the most impact around our particular delivery, but also linked in with the work of Cosla and other agencies as well, who have a big footprint in this space. So to reassure you, absolutely really important that we're aligned, and we'll continue to do that and bring that forward through this group and others as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate that and pointing us to where this work is taking place at this moment in time. So, Maureen, I don't know if you've got anything to add to that.
Just welcome Bec's comments there. That's really good to hear, and look forward to meeting Steve in his new role at some point in the future. That'd be good. And I know I might not be here for the item on equally safe, but a very practical example of, it's really good that there's the 6 new domestic abuse CPD modules that have been developed. But the Link Anti-Violence Against Women and Girls partnerships, where there's experts with training modules and ongoing training options there too, particularly in multi-agency working, is really important. So it's just on that strategic level, it's really good, but also on that very practical level within local authority areas, within divisions, to kind of join up and be part of what's going on, and that to help align our resources and avoid duplication, if nothing else. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Maureen. Mary, I see you want to come in with a question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report, Councillor Chalmers, really interesting. And I think I was particularly interested in the section relating to community justice and the current emergency release from prison measures that are being implemented. And I think you recognise in the report that that's going to put extra pressures on your community justice teams, your social work teams. And of course, those teams have been under a lot of pressure for a long time, and resourcing those teams is ever more difficult. I wondered, given the additional pressures, whether there has been any indication of additional resources for local government in respect of these particular measures.
Thanks, Mary. Thank you. No specific additional resources around about the early release of prisoners. I think the systems were in place during COVID, and I think certainly talking to people at local level, as well as at national level, folks, and there was a learning event which Leslie could probably comment on more, but everybody worked really hard. The systems are already in place. It was easy, but it was challenging, but people put everything into it. I think if we've got another wave of that, which is likely, that would put even more pressure on. But I think there was additional money put into community justice in this year's budget. other uncertainty, as you know, is round about the justice social work role and where it will sit going forward. And that's caused a wee bit of uncertainty too, round about the National Care Service. But you're absolutely right, justice social work's had a lot of pressure across a whole range of work, but no additional resources as such, apart from that extra in the grant funding in this year's budget. And I think Leslie would like to come in there as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. Yeah, just to add, and that there aren't any additional resources at the moment, but there's absolutely recognition that there is significant pressures on local authorities and justice social work and being able to deliver. We are in conversations at the moment with Scottish Government, with Social Work Scotland, with Alacho, etc., around a financial memorandum in advance of the proposed or the discussions that are happening around legislation for prisoners. So we don't yet know what that will look like. That conversation's happening alongside our ongoing conversations in terms of justice social work funding. But we're being very clear that this does put on additional pressures to local authorities, and we would hopefully see that reflected in the future financial memorandum. But yeah, it's very much a live conversation.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Yes, wish you well with those discussions. I mean, this all happened so quickly, and probably, you know, not the first thought is the resourcing of it, but it has to feature. So thank you very much for that reassurance, and good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. And not so much a question, you know, more a comment from myself in relation to your firework control zones and the work that is ongoing there. You know, I did have a previous involvement in drafting this, and I've also been on the front line and on the receiving end of attacks from fireworks and other missiles in and around bonfire night. So it's good to see that you know, so much thought is being given to this, because we want people to enjoy fireworks safely, but we don't want that the antisocial behaviour and the attacks on emergency service workers you know, to take place. So finding the right balance is a challenge. So I really appreciate the work that's taken place on that, and thank you for highlighting it. Okay, any final questions for Councillor Chalmers? Okay, so we'll return back to the agenda now. So this is a paper from myself, which is the Policing Performance Committee Priorities and Outcomes. This is something that was asked for by our authority chair, Martin Evans, and he requested that each committee chair identify priority areas of focus and target outcomes that they would take responsibility for driving progress on through governance and committee oversight as part of the approach to continuous improvement. So the team worked on these areas, and we've come up with the ones that you see presented to you in today's paper. So I'm hoping that this will be formally endorsed by the members. They have seen previous sight of it, and I know that we've worked closely with Police Scotland. There's no surprises in there. These are areas that they see as being priorities as well. So it lays out the priority areas of focus, and it lays out some target outcomes for the next couple of years. So I don't know if anybody's got any questions, any comments on this, or if they're happy to endorse it. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair, and it really just refers to the point I made earlier that the 2024-26 priorities of focus includes the 2025 outcome for a revised national approach to dealing with those in mental health crisis. Yeah. So I suppose I'm just seeking reassurance that this is in partnership, including the current discussions on the collaborative framework. Just absolutely make sure that's there.
Yeah, that has absolutely got to be there. And the key role of this committee is an oversight and governance. So part of that is to make sure that that alignment is in place. This has been highlighted earlier. There are limited resources available. and to be successful, we have to pool those resources. We can't work against each other inadvertently. We need to come together. So I think putting it down here and that oversight and that governance should help to deliver just what you're asking for. Okay, everybody happy to endorse this then? Thank you. So we come to the last particular item in this section, which is our public polling insights for August 2024. And Amanda Coulthard, our Head of Strategy and Performance, is going to speak to this paper. So over to yourself, Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. Taking the paper as read, just a few points to highlight from the body of the report. There are 3 appendices to the report and just a summary of each of those 3 appendices. The first contains the standard 6-monthly polling report that members have seen a number of times now around the routine questions that are asked. As you'll see at paragraph 2.5, overall trust and confidence has increased slightly compared to the same period last year, which is really positive, although referencing the conversation that's already been had, the lowest amount of confidence continues to be expressed in relation to police's ability to tackle antisocial behaviour. We asked some specific questions around antisocial behaviour in the most recent round of polling, which is a replication of the questions we asked 12 months ago. That ties into the work that we're doing to support the independent working group on antisocial behaviour. And again, we see in that response that levels of concern about different types of antisocial behaviour remain largely unchanged, and drug dealing and use and speeding are common issues raised as part of that feedback. We also took the opportunity in this most recent polling to ask the respondents about their view of Police Scotland's proportionate response to crime work, and you'll see in the final paragraph of that section 2.7 that there is a strong support and agreement that serious crime should be prioritised for investigation, and 2/3 of our respondents saying that in the cases of minor crime, prioritisation should be made where there are clear lines of inquiry to follow, so a real understanding and support for the principles of that approach. Appendix 2 of the report is the second of a series of deep dive analysis documents that we've prepared for committee. We looked at the views of women in overall responses over the last 10 rounds of, last 4 rounds of polling, 10,500 respondents last time round. This time we're looking at rural and remote Scotland and the responses around that. And you'll see at paragraph 3.5 that people living in rural and or remote Scotland have higher levels of trust and confidence in policing. And then finally, in section 4 of the paper in appendix 3, you'll see a summary of recent focus group activity, which was delivered by Diffley Partnership, specifically targeting individuals who have reported consistently low levels of trust and confidence in policing, to understand what drives that and what action could be taken. Happy to take any questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Amanda. So I shall open this up for questions, and I see that Tom Halpin already has his hand up. So over to yourself, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Chair and Amanda. Before we move off, I just want to say how useful I find these insights. You know, to get the sense of at absolute community level and individual level, the pulse of thinking and feeling is really helpful to inform our consideration of what could be statistics. You know, so understanding that's really important. So that's the first point. Again, there seems to be a theme today, even in this. I know we've asked the question about antisocial behaviour, but it's a big issue for people when you do ask the question, and it comes back again about is direct relationship between that and confidence in policing as well. So we talked about the proportionate use of response to crime, and you know, prioritising serious crime, etc. And too often antisocial behaviour can be seen as nuisance rather than serious crime. But it's about the proportionate response to crime. Is it the case that it would be unusual not to respond to antisocial behaviour? It wouldn't really be the type of offence or crime that would be screened out at the start, because people who have contacted you because of this are distraught, and actually that contact with the police is much important in terms of confidence as the evidence is available at that time. So it would be helpful to hear from colleagues in Police Scotland, how would you apply the proportionate response to crime in terms of antisocial behaviour? Would it be unusual not to attend?
Thanks for the question, Tom. And I see that Mark Sutherland has wanted to come in and respond to that. So, Mark.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks again for the questions and the comments, and I share your obvious concerns about the impact that antisocial behaviour can have on our communities and individuals, particularly vulnerable members of our communities, which is, I think, a point that's worth highlighting, and also the value of the kind of Pulse report that you mentioned here as well. I suppose the first thing I would say is, that the proportionate response to crime is not a policy of non-investigation. So it's not a policy of non-attendance. I think that's sometimes it gets kind of lost, and not by yourself and members of this committee, but by others elsewhere. We continue to apply the Thrive process to all of our calls. We continue to respond based on threat risk and harm, and where there are crimes committed and there are opportunities to investigate and detect offenders, of course, which is a great way of preventing reoccurrence, then we will absolutely respond and we will follow up on those lines of inquiries. In terms of would we respond to absolutely every report of antisocial behaviour? Well, perhaps not, and the reason I say that is actually perhaps it's maybe that the police are not the best service to respond to every instance of antisocial behaviour. The Chief's very clear that we need to be in a position where we are tackling high harm effectively and dealing with high harm. And through the Thrive process, and indeed coming back to the points we made about C3 and that failure demand, it may well be that actually people who are phoning in with some areas of antisocial behaviour may actually divert off and contact local authority colleagues where they're better placed, depending on the type of antisocial behaviour. Which kind of brings me back to the piece that I spoke about earlier around about the complexities and range of antisocial and social behaviour. I suppose the commitment that I would give you is that following a Thrive process, if there was vulnerability identified, if there was harm identified, and if there was lines of inquiry identified, then we would absolutely be attending to support those individuals within our communities.
Okay, thanks for that, Mark. I think just staying on that theme, we do really appreciate that proportionate response to crime and the way it's been explained. But if you pick up on some of the perceptions from the public, it looks like less than 50% of the public are yet at a point where they accept and understand that. So I wonder what work is going on, to make sure that understanding is out there as part of that maintaining that confidence in policing.
Thanks, Chair. I think there's a couple of points to that, I suppose. I mean, when I read the slide there on page 14, it was quite interesting that there are high levels of I think it was 77% talking about us policing focusing on that high harm piece, which I think is right. But I also agree that 50% still think we should be prioritising absolutely everything. Then we've probably got a bit of work to do there. What I would say though is that we have done an awful lot of work within the proportionate response to crime pilot to really understand those who have actually used the system or had the system applied to their particular circumstance. And I think, you know, sadly, the survey response, I think we asked over 1,300 individuals who effectively fell into the proportionate response to crime process for their views effectively. And sadly, the pick-up rate of that response wasn't particularly high. But what it did demonstrate was that those who actually had who experienced that and who had the circumstances explained to them were largely supportive of the police's response and the police's approach. And quite often, actually, in my experiences, those who use policing services just want clarity, and they want transparency, and they want honesty about what we can achieve and what we can't achieve. And where we don't think we can achieve it, we explain why, and we explain that we're going to be focusing elsewhere on areas where we have clear lines of investigation, which may or may not indeed be the same offender or the same circumstances, and allow us to put that prevention piece in place. But I think, as you say, 50% of the public are still in that space. Maybe we've got a bit more work to do in that in terms of how we explain it.
Yeah, no, thank you. And obviously in the earlier performance report, East Scotland does a lot of its own polling and surveys, you know, because the importance of confidence, trust, and then satisfaction cannot be overstated. This is important work as well that sits alongside it. Just wonder what forums you have and what use you make to correlate these different pieces of work to help inform practices going forward.
So yeah, so that sits within ACC. Emma Bond has ownership of that and takes all the matters that have public confidence elements into it under into her boards. And you know, on the back of that, clearly that drives some of the initiatives that then come out, whether that be localised, and they can sometimes then feed into other boards. So you know, I noticed a point round about the rural bit. So actually, conveniently as well, Emma also chairs the remote rural board. So some of the public survey and public confidence elements that fall out of that public confidence board maybe then be directed, because they may need activity through the remote and rural. They may come into my violence and antisocial behaviour board because it's relative to the antisocial behaviour. So there's the public confidence board, which can then look at these in one as an entity and then direct that activity into the relevant area of the organisation for further work.
I appreciate that response, Mark, and the work of the Public Interest Board and how it directs the work into other parts of the organisation. Any more questions on this? So just one final question from me, and it's really to you, Amanda. Where do we go from here when this particular contract and this particular piece of commissioned work comes to an end? You know, I endorse what Tom said at the outset about how valuable we find this. So what's the thoughts going forward?
So as you say, that the current contract we have in place with Diffley Partnership is nearing conclusion of its 3-year cycle. We've started a conversation internally about what our retender process would be. We've got a discussion to have about the available budget for that and what the ask would be in terms of the contract. So based on the learning of the last 3 years, would we want to tweak the ask that we're making of external providers around polling to ensure that we're getting the best product that we can? But that's work that's underway within the team, and we'll bring an update on that when we bring the next deep dive analysis to December committee.
Yeah, thanks for that, Amanda. Well, you've heard from Tom and you've heard from myself, and I'm looking to the other members. I think we endorse the work, and we would encourage in appropriate fashion for this to be taken forward. Don't see anybody countering that. So thank you for the paper, and we look forward to this type of work continuing in an appropriate way going forward. That's just finished this section. So what I was going to do now is have a short 10-minute comfort break before we move on to section 3. So if I could ask everybody to be back at 11:40, that would be appreciated. Thank you. turned 11:40, so hopefully everybody had the opportunity to have a suitable comfort break, refreshments. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is 3.1, which is an update, a progress report on violence against women and girls strategy, and Detective Chief Superintendent Graham Grant is going to speak to this paper. So Graham, if I can pass over to yourself.
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm conscious that you'll have seen the paper, seen our submission. I mean, for me, coming into post as the DCS and Head of Public Protection, it's clear that the work that we do around about VOG is central to what we do. It certainly cuts across every aspect of public protection, but also wider across our service delivery model and into the policing together strands that we have. What I would say in terms of reassurance is that, top to bottom within certainly my environment, I think we've got some really informed, knowledgeable, committed people working within public protection, and that certainly serves us well. A key focus is ensuring the voice of the victim is heard, ensuring that we upskill our workforce to do so and enable them to do that. Clearly, in order to do that, we have to utilise existing partnerships, we have to forge new ones that support and supplement that work. But a lot of times we need to seek to evaluate the work that we do, and perhaps most importantly ensure that the victims and the survivors are at the heart of that what we're trying to do. So I just wanted to kind of highlight a few bits and pieces from the paper. It's obviously broken down into some of the key strands of work that sit within the public protection arena. In terms of domestic abuse, we're progressing well against HMICS thematic inspections. Two key recommendations, those being to improve the service delivery at the first point of contact through our enhanced training and awareness ACR staff, and secondly, around about ensuring that we drive towards greater consistency and accuracy in terms of recording practices. We've done so with the advent of Unify and key updates to the IVPD system. We kind of spoke about it earlier, but training is a key challenge moving forward on from COVID. As I was saying, we have a budget and a plan to recover our position around about that and our commitment to training new staff who missed their DAMS training at the point they joined, but then moving forward, getting a lasting solution to that is a key bit of work that we want to really nail down. But as I said, beyond that, it's the work that we're doing with partners in terms of safe lives, enhancing CPD for our officers, around about key domestic themes and abuse topics in the form of online training. We're always looking to develop a reach, trying to access and to reach those who are most vulnerable. We're doing work with Herman Grive to reach migrant females, trying to dispel some of the negative perceptions that they may have of policing, that they might have carried with them, that might inhibit their trust and confidence in us.
Yeah.
But more importantly, about ensuring that they know from the minute they land here or arrive in the UK and Scotland that they are protected by law. I mean, that's been translated already into 6 languages, and there are plans to develop that further, so it's a really good bit of work. But assessment of our work is key. In this space, we've got mechanisms to engage specifically with survivors through our partners, but I think also a key bit of work that we do there is the development of our own bespoke victim survivor feedback portal, which we promote locally and nationally through partners in conjunction with some of the work that they do as well. But it's then about how we embed that. We'll have mechanisms to take the learning, to develop the systems and strategies to support our specialists. We've got a quarterly domestic abuse forum, and that's embedded, it's working well, and it takes forward a lot of that work. In terms of child protection, the work that we do and we've done and continue to around about SCIM, it's identified nationally, internationally as the best way forward. Puts the child at the centre of what we do in terms of being in that trauma-informed manner. We're constantly evaluating that. We're currently working with Strathclyde University around about the assessment and evaluation of that. So far to date, the feedback around about that has been really positive from children and their families. The online space, clearly that's a really challenging area of policing. It's constantly evolving, it's constantly developing. We have to do likewise in order to meet that demand in terms of the volume, and the key bit being the technology that sits in that space. We've made key changes to our models, or our model, over the last year or so, ensuring that there's resilience within our teams to meet the referral demand, and the cyber support is there to deal most effectively when we're executing our work, so that we've got a robust, cohesive model that takes all these elements at that point of inception when we're going through doors. I think importantly, we've got the networks, we've got the connections nationally and internationally as well to facilitate communications and to drive enforcement, and that's regardless of where an offender is geolocated. We need to be able to make these connections and keep people safe. We've got connections nationally through Talks and Prevent Online Oxy groups to share, learn and best practice, support some of the work that we do. And obviously a lot of that underpins what we're doing in the violence against women and girls space. Sex offender management, I would highlight there's clearly a link there in terms of, you know, there is an increase in registered sex offenders. I would give the reassurance that we do continue to have robust multi-agency processes to manage these, but you have to acknowledge that there is an element of that that translates from the success of some of the work that we do, particularly perhaps the Oxy, the online work, where that clearly generates evidence judicial outcomes that results in more registered sex offenders down the line for us to manage. In terms of the rape and sexual crime, we're actually working towards phase 3 of our award-winning That Guy campaign. We'll continue to push that, continue to push the national media campaign around about that, and try to seek to change men's attitudes. Again, I see it personally as a constant evolution. It's incremental enhancement to what we do. It's clearly a key area of work for us as an organisation. We'll continue to work closely with our solos out there dealing with victims to ensure that they're equipped to enhance their training, their service delivery, dealing with victims. We'll always continue to work with COPFS, victim support, rape crisis, and we're working hard to understand and improve victims' journey through the criminal justice process. You know, we receive monthly feedback figures, rates in terms of those that describe their experiences with us as being positive or not, as the case is. But a key bit of work I think that we have to get really on the back of and drill down into is the attrition rates. So it's about where people, victims rather, are disengaging with the criminal justice process. A key bit of work that we want to take forward is understanding why that is. So clearly victim feedback is central to our level of clarity there, so we can then build into our strategy what we need to do in order to address some of that. We work well with VIA and with Crown, I would suggest. We embed now victim support strategies which are bespoke and victim to victim to give us the best chance to deliver on success with each victim in conjunction with these key partners. Human trafficking, it's another massive area for us. The European and indeed the international partnerships are key there. The work that we did with our Romanian colleagues that were embedded with us was really fruitful. It's left lasting relationships with Romanian police that to this day is going to continue to support the ongoing work that we do. Operationally, I think we'll have to remember that these investigations, their perpetrators and their behaviours, they know no boundaries, so we have to ensure that we're not bound by boundaries either. So I've worked pretty tireless really in terms of partners, in terms of Coast Guard, Border Force, also the educational space that we're trying to push into around about educating and empowering some of the partners that we work with. And in that way, it's kind of similar fashion to the domestic abuse aspect and the serious sexual crime. What it does then translate to is it can result in higher numbers being returned for the National Referral Mechanism NRM process. But again, I would absolutely assess that as a positive in terms of the work that we do with partners and their ability to recognise human trafficking indicators and protecting people. We'll work with local authorities, we'll work with the Fire and Rescue Service, SPS, and upskilling all of these organisations in that ability as well. So that collaborative work that we've done on recent investigations and putting in place joint investigation teams to target and drive enforcement has been key and will continue to be. Prostitution, clearly the Scottish Government strategy is about deterring men's demand and it's about supporting the recovery of those that are involved. We'll work closely, we'll continue to work closely with partners around about that, working towards setting up support hubs, trying to divert those that are involved and improve their lives, while working with additional partners to try and deter those that are involved. We've got a partners intelligence portal, we've got other mechanisms that assist us in identifying, targeting those who present risk in the communities. You know, that's probably a flavour of some of the stuff that's contained in the report, Chair, but I mean, all in all, it's a really complex area. It's one that we're committed to. It's one that we need to do the right things. We need to continue to seek feedback around it. You know, I'm keen to ensure though that we don't just build or we don't just shape our response around about the negative and the negative feedback that we get. Clearly there is a lot of positives out there. We need to address the negatives clearly, but there's so many positives around our work that we need to make sure that we do anchor them and embed them in the processes that we have. And just picking up on some of the commentary earlier, I know from speaking to ACC Johnson, who can't be with us today, but he leads in the Volga aspect, that there's, you know, we recognise that it sits alongside the sexism, equality, tackling misogyny work. And clearly it does cross ACC portfolios, but I know that the ACC is keen to stress that certainly has intention to review that work, the ownership of these strands and the key roles. And obviously, as Deb Smith said, it's about equally safe, it's about these other additional things that sit out there in the wider sphere that we need to make sure that we formulate that response and it's as aligned as it needs to be around about that. But that's probably the main points that I wanted to highlight, Chair.
No, I really appreciate you drawing out those highlights from the report. I mean, you did stress there the complexity of this.
Yes.
And I do not in any way underestimate that. Extremely difficult area of work, and nor do I question Police Scotland's commitment to this. But what we need to, be assured of is that the strategy is making strong progress. So with that, what I'll do is I will stop speaking and open up to questions from members. I see Katerina's raising her hand physically, not electronically. So, Katerina. You're on mute, Katerina.
Okay, there we go. Still struggling with WebEx. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the report and for the presentation there as well. I really appreciate that. And I suppose I've got a couple of questions and a more general statement to make. And before I do those, I would absolutely like to give you full credit for the intent that sits behind this strategy and the effort that quite clearly goes into developing the really coordinated and really more innovative approaches as outlined in your paper and your presentation there. I think, I've always been a supporter of the strategy, and I think we all are. So it is incredibly encouraging to hear that. There is a however, though. So from my perspective, last week, I'm sure members of this committee have seen an absolutely damning report which has been published into the leadership and the operation of the Edinburgh Rape Crisis Centre. And some of the most egregious failings there were a failure to focus on the needs of survivors and a failure to provide women-only spaces. Now, at the same time, last week, Police Scotland hit the headlines, as well as First Minister's questions, with a statement that suggested that rapists and perpetrators of serious sexual offences would potentially be given an option by Police Scotland to self-ID as women, because this was aligned with Police Scotland's organisational values and would promote a sense of belonging. So this means that these male offenders would potentially enter the criminal justice system as women, with all the consequences which we saw being played out in the case of Adam Graham or Isla Bryson in 2022. So I suppose my question is, have you considered how Police Scotland's policies impact on women and girls who have suffered violence? Would you say that the option for rapists to self-ID puts the needs of survivors first? And do you think, does it promote or hinder the provision of women-only spaces? And particularly in your presentation there, you've covered public confidence and people withdrawing from prosecution or from the process. So would you agree that headlines like this harm public confidence in Police Scotland and your efforts to eliminate or at least reduce violence against women and girls? That's my first question.
Okay, thank you for this, Katerina. I see that DCC has raised their hand. Before she comes in, this is an area that you rightly are raising today. It's an area that, as you've just narrated, has been in the headlines very recently in a negative aspect. But the papers have not been published for the board next week. But I know that they will be on Thursday, and I know that the chair will be making reference to this in the chair's report, and there will be an opportunity, to speak directly to the Chief Constable at the board. So this is, certainly something that is under consideration by the authority. So with that comment, apologies, but please, DCC, if you could come in.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Katharina, for the question. So a couple of things on this. I think the intention will be to discuss this in more depth at the board next week. So I'll keep relatively brief just in terms of my answer. But I think there are two separate issues here. The first one is rape crisis that you've mentioned, Katharina, and I think I would put that in the same discussion that we had earlier in terms of LGBT Youth Scotland around Kat Payton's work in terms of how we work with agencies moving forward. It's absolutely something that we would consider in the same vein as that. The second bit around gender, there are two aspects here that are really important, and I think we've shown this in some of our investigations. So if somebody's gender is pertinent to an investigation where they're linked as a victim, witness or an accused, we would then require legally proof in terms of that individual's gender. I think we displayed that really well with the investigation in Galashiels, where we identified the suspect there as male. We were really clear around that, and we would take operational decisions based on the investigation. But absolutely, the way people present, we would take that into consideration in terms of how we would record their gender when they come into custody or in contact with us. So I think they're two quite distinct things around whether that has an impact on the investigation or the crime, or whether they're a victim, a witness or a suspect in that situation. And we would deal with that on a case-by-case basis. Also, just in relation to our guidance, we're really clear that we adhere to Scottish Government's crime recording standards in this area and the gathering of sex or gender for that purpose. It's really important to state that that's something that we are beholden to and that we do through data protection and the reporting of crime under the Law Enforcement Processing Act. We have a duty to do that, and that's something that we take really seriously in terms of our responsibility. So I think, Chair, that's probably what I would say. I think in terms of the impact on victims in relation to that, Katharina, you raise that, and rightly so, around how we deal with victims. We take that responsibility really seriously. We genuinely do, and you'll see in our business plan and our commitments, our adherence to refreshing the Victims Charter. All of that is taken into consideration, and I think it's important to say case-by-case basis is key in this. And we've seen that with, as I say, the investigation I referenced in Galashiels. We were really clear around that in terms of that individual's gender and how we came out and reported that publicly. So I would hope that would give you some reassurance just in terms of our approach. But we take victim care really seriously. We're linked in really heavily with a lot of work that's going on around that at the moment with CAPFS and VIA and the modernisation programme. And it's something that we continually look at and evolve as we move forward. So hopefully that helps answer that, Chair.
Thank you, Bex. Katharina, do you wish to come back at this point?
I do. No, thank you, Bex. I appreciate the statement, and I appreciate that we're not discussing the gender or sex recording policy at this committee. So I understand that this is not the subject of the conversation now, and I will be raising these questions at the board next week, specifically with the Chief Constable. I think what I do want to say is, I hear what you're saying, that basically, effectively, what I think you're saying is the headlines weren't correct. Now, what I do notice is at no stage was there an attempt to correct the headlines, which I think goes to my public confidence point, and I think that is quite damaging, particularly when, as I say, these questions are being discussed at First Minister's questions. I think I also have, and again, I will save some of those comments, I think, for discussion at the board next week. But when we're talking about case-by-case basis, I don't think that gives the public a lot of confidence, because if you have a policy that relies so heavily on exceptions and case-to-case basis, then there is a degree of unpredictability. So nobody really knows. And with the case of the Galashiels case, my understanding was that at the time the individual chose to identify as male. I don't think he was insisting to identify as female. But again, as I say, I don't want to be going to specifics here. So you've given me, I think, enough of an answer here, and I'm really keen to pick this up at the board again next week. My second question, I think it also relates to this. Not to this, but it relates to what is the Police Scotland's policy of enabling victims of sexual violence who are in contact with Police Scotland? What is the policy of giving them access to female officers only? Is that something that Police Scotland is committed to and is trying to facilitate as far as possible? Could you just talk a little bit about that?
DCC, you want to come in and respond to that second question that Katerina has raised.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is our policy to offer a gender preference to victims of sexual violence when they report to us. Absolutely, and it's something that we're working to adhere to. It's difficult to do that. The reason being, we've done a lot of work lately with our solo officers in terms of deployment and demand to understand how many times they are used in terms of that particular area of work. And what we're seeing is that women are used a lot more, as you may imagine, because that tends to be the majority of female victims' preference is to have a female to speak to in relation to that. So we are training more officers around that. We're making sure, and actually we changed our policy recently to enable that, Katerina, to happen more, in that previously we had to use 2 solo trained officers to deploy to an individual. I have changed that now and said a solo and another trained officer who might not necessarily have the same level of solo training but will be an investigator. So that gives us a bit more opportunity and a bit more flex to ensure that we can accommodate people's preferences. We are working towards being able to do that, but we're not quite there yet, and it's part of the Public Protection Development Programme in terms of how we embed that across each division and within public protection nationally. So it's a really good point, well made, and it's something that, as I say, we're working towards and adapting our policies as we go to make sure we can try and achieve that.
Thank you for that. And Chair, if I just made my final point, as I say, this is a general point, and you've kind of touched on it as well already, Chair. So I know we're not talking about sex and gender. We will be covering that as part of the board session next week. But I think this committee does have a locus in this, because the statement which has given rise, the unfortunate statement which has given rise to the really negative media headlines last week, is something that I believe has been in place since 2019. And I know that in 2021, Martin Evans, the chair of the SPA, in a letter has stated that Police Scotland has initiated a review of that policy. So now that was 2021. So we are now 3 years further down the line. And in fact, Martin said at the time there would be a review, and the Policing Performance Committee would see the outputs of that review in due course. As I say, we're 3 years further down the line, and so far we haven't seen the outputs of that review, and we haven't been discussing the subject at all publicly. So this has not received, from as far as I'm aware, any sort of public scrutiny from us. Personally, I can't speak for my colleagues, I think that is too long, but I'm sure that my committee colleagues will agree to the fact that we need to see the outputs of that review as soon as we can, and subject it to appropriate scrutiny in the public interest. But as I say, this is just, I think there is a locus for this committee there because we haven't seen anything. And I am looking forward to discussing this further at the board next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Katerina. We, as you say, we'll discuss this further at the board, and we'll look at the work schedule for this committee going forward. Any questions from anybody else? I've got a couple of questions then that I would like to come in on. Appreciate the paper, Graham. But what we have seen, particularly in our quarterly performance report, is the trend in volumes of crime, things like domestic abuse, rape, sexual assault, going upwards. So are these trends due to a greater confidence in the police and therefore more reporting, or whether the rise is actually reflective of broader societal issues? And what challenges do Police Scotland see around this trend? And then a second question I would have, you have stressed that focus on victims and support. So the victim survivor feedback portal, it's being embedded into Police Scotland's practice. And what are the key learning points that have been identified from this to date?
They really vary, Chair, to be honest, in terms of that. It's kind of case by case, to use that phrase, in terms of the specifics of a lot of it comes down to sort of case-by-case service delivery and impacts on that. So there can often be individual learning for the officers that are concerned in that, but for us it's about trying to pick out what the bigger themes are and having a mechanism to kind of cascade that across our sort of cadres, you know, of solos or of joint interview training, because bearing in mind that feedback cuts across both domestic abuse and serious sexual crime and all different spheres. So there's the case-by-case learning for individuals, but there's the wider systemic things that we're able to, you know, to pick out in terms of how we deal with victims of crime and get the best product from them and give them the best treatment that they possibly can, and that sort of move towards recovery. I think that was more kind of the answer to your second one. The increase, I think you kind of highlighted, was that potentially down to a lot of the work that we do and that kind of increased trust and confidence that people have to engage with us. And again, I think there's an aspect to that as around about directly victims' ability to engage with us and report that you have to see as a positive. It's about the wider public's knowledge of the crime, recognition of the crime, and their ability to often report on people's behalf. And it's also about that wider educational piece for officers to ensure that they are equipped to recognise what does constitute a crime, where there are overarching crimes, for instance, in that Section 1 DASA offence, officers' knowledge of that, their ability to apply it. So all these things feed into why we do see that kind of rise in crime. But I think then the key bit for us is about the educational piece. So we touched on some of the learning, some of the additional modules that we have, some of the overarching sort of quarterly structures that we have. So there's a bit there, it's about targeting our practitioners, bringing Crown on board, bringing support networks on board, so that those that are engaged in these specialist roles as investigators as well, in terms of the arrest strategies, suspect strategies, investigative strategies that underpin a lot of the investigations, that they are robust as they need to be, and that we're taking forward the learning and embedding that, so that that then translates that increase in reporting into positive outcomes, if you like. So again, a complex question, if you like, because there's so many factors in it, but a lot of work ongoing to understand that and a lot of work ongoing to address.
Oh, thanks for that, Graham. And just for clarity, it's actually been referenced a couple of times, that DASA offence. Could you just explain that? What you mean by that?
So the Section 1 DASA offence is really, it's the overarching offence where a person engages in conduct or behaviour that can constitute domestic abuse, if you like. So in some ways you might see it as a catch-all, but it can include that coercive behaviour. That's something that is newer, if you want. And in terms of officers' application of that, they have to have that overarching understanding of what that is and how that can be that kind of catch-all offence for many of the behaviours that we're seeing, or that they're able to strip out from the victim testimony, if you like.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for that, Graham. Does anybody have any more questions or comments to make in relation to this paper? No? Well, thank you. And I think, you know, the importance of this strategy and the work behind it cannot be overstated. So thank you for bringing it to our attention and speaking to it today, Graham.
No problem at all, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to 3.2, which is policing in a digital world. I'm actually running slightly ahead of schedule, and I know that in one of our later papers, we've actually got somebody that's in a flight at this moment in time, I think to Norway, who's going to speak to it. But what we'd like to do is have this paper, which Chief Superintendent Conrad Trickett, I believe, is going to speak to. And then after we've had this paper, we'll take a break for 30 minutes for lunch, if everybody's in agreement with that. Okay, so Conrad, I see you've appeared on my screen here. So if I could pass over to yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair, members and the wider committee. I'm here to represent HC Freeburn, who usually presents the Policing in a Digital World paper, but is otherwise engaged today, so sends his apologies. This paper is the 6 monthly update to the Performance Committee. It was agreed about a year ago now, I think, that we would report to yourselves every 6 months on progress of the Policing in a Digital World programme. We initiated that with the annual report, which was reported to yourselves in March of this year, and we've attached a copy of that for reference to everyone today. So this is really an interim update to that annual report, and the full intention is to develop and produce a second annual report at the same time next year and report that to yourselves in 6 months' time. To make sure you've got that full comprehensive update. We've split the report into the kind of digital strategy language of now, next and beyond, to try and align some of our language with the wider work by the organisation in this area. And that really allows us to talk about some of the successes of the programme to date, some of the next steps that we're going to take in terms of the next deliverables, and then some of the things just slightly into the next sort of business year that are coming up and be reported in more detail as we get closer to those. So section 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 talk around some of our key deliverables that the members will be able to see there. We've started to bring in some of the anecdotal feedback and some of the data feedback in terms of the benefits of both the digital vans and the digital evidence detection dogs. We've just launched, literally about 3 weeks ago, the police cyber alarm, which is part of our preventative strategy. We've already had 53 SMEs go into that system and start their application process. And we've got 3 SMEs now sharing live data with the police cyber alarm mechanism. So some early indicators of some successful sort of adoption of that, which is a really useful prevention tool for us. 1.7 talks about some of our work internally through a cyber champions network, which has been reinvigorated, and we've now got some drop-in sessions for them, and that's part of our broadening the awareness of cybercrime, the use of digital evidence across the organisation, and I'll touch on that a little bit more shortly. In the next section, this is really our next key deliverable, which is a programme called Cyber Choices Scotland. There is a Cyber Choices programme in England and Wales already in place. What we are doing uniquely with this programme is working with the Cyber Scotland Partnership to bring in partnership intervention as the primary intervention around individuals that we identify through our mechanisms across the organisation that are on the cusp of cyber criminality. And the key bit of the programme is to divert them away from that criminality into maybe using and harnessing their skills in a more productive way. And as I say, we're working in partnership with the Cyber Scotland Partnership to have a partnership approach to that, which will be leading in the UK in that respect. So that will be hopefully reported on, and we're looking to start our internal work on that before the end of this business year. And we're just working with partners around the best time to launch that aligned to school calendar years. So we'll be able to give you more on that at the next committee that we report to. And then at 1.10 onwards is all the other work that is ongoing at the moment, and which will start to deliver in the next business year and so on. So digital forensics is both undergoing a redesign phase and also ISO accreditation. We report that in a little bit more detail to the Forensic Science Committee. So I was there again about a month ago, providing an extra layer of detail there with the timelines that we're working to, and the accreditation journey in particular is quite a challenging journey in terms of our resource commitment to it, and the focus that UCAS bring once that assessment process is underway. I spoke about that at the Forensic Services Committee. The Cyber Training Capability Project, which you'll remember has got various strands. both at a foundation level across the organisation, and then at a more specialist level as you get to detective investigators in divisional or national teams. We have gone for a procurement process which has been unsuccessful identifying suppliers to the various products we were looking at. And this has also been probably an example of where the world has moved very quickly in the training space around digital and cyber. And so we have had some deeper dives into this project and are bringing forward a new approach in terms of how we will deal with that over the coming business year. And again, we'll be able to report more at future meetings. We are, again, probably the awareness of the committee is we are working closely with City of London Police in relation to a UK national fraud and cybercrime reporting and analysis service. This is a programme of work that is replacing the action fraud model that is, again, in place in England and Wales, Northern Ireland, but we don't have in Scotland. And we have indicated our intent to be part of that service. That service is likely to go live in England and Wales in the spring of next year. And we are working with City of London colleagues to work out how quickly after that we can join. Indicative timescales at this point are probably about a year's time from now. So about 6 months or so after they go live themselves. But there's obviously lots of work ongoing to get us into that place. It will also necessitate a change in our operating model as an organisation on how we deal with fraud and cybercrime. So a lot of internal work and organisational design required, as well as the linking with the actual service provided by City of London Police. We've also got a lot of development in the partnership space in Scotland. So the Scottish Cyber Coordination Centre has just launched their strategic plan. So that is available, publicly available document. And we already have a detective inspector seconded into that team who works very closely across our programme of work, the cyber investigation team and the SC3. And we're in discussion with them about how Police Scotland integrates and supports the work, which is focused primarily around cyber resilience in the public sector to begin with. So more on that as that evolves and shapes up as well, but is a key partnership for us going forward. And we're also having a review internally of how we use the use of digital evidence is ever increasing, as everyone will be aware, and how we use that through our cyber kiosks, our triage devices, and how that evidence moves through the criminal justice process. And we can always continuously improve that. So again, under our sort of digital forensics redesign, we're looking at how we can improve that as an organisation and better use that evidence. So that's sort of just drawing out some of the detail within the report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Conrad, for speaking to the report and the attached appendix, which is the annual report. It's a hugely complex area, and I think one of the big challenges is the rate of change in the digital world, and clearly areas like artificial intelligence are being spoken about. They've got huge global consequences, and keeping up with that change is that change in the rate is a phenomenal challenge in itself for Police Scotland. Even on the news this morning, I noticed I heard an article in relation to people's voices being replicated, so you can then use your own voice is then used to ask family members, friends, colleagues for money. Basically, it's another scam. So that's a small aspect of this, but the complexity of it is huge. So thank you for the update. So with that, I'll open it up for questions to colleagues. Mary Pickcaithley.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Conrad, for that briefing. That was really interesting. But I would imagine, Alistair's spoken about the challenges, but I'd imagine providing training for everybody that needs it, which is probably everybody in Police Scotland, is one of the biggest challenges. So can you say a bit about what the plans are for being able to keep on top of that training requirement and the funding for it as well? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Mary. And as I sort of alluded to, the training capability project has been one of the more challenging projects within the programme to get it to a point of delivery. Some of that's more to do with the procurement process that we went to, and actually that point about how quickly the market moves on from when we did our original IBC, and the approach we wanted to take there, which was very much an approach of taking products and delivering them into the organisation. The place that we're probably in, and UK policing is in now, is trying to approach it in a more nimble, more agile way. And you'll probably be familiar with the language of sort of bite-size sessions. So rather than asking officers, busy officers already, to sort of engage in another 3-hour Moodle package on cyber, and that's their one blast of training, is to introduce the bite-size approach, which has been worked quite effectively in other bits of the UK. So we're at the moment generating a programme that can start to shape that up, where officers will be able to dip into a 20-30 minute session on a particular subject, and we'll break down that the whole cyber landscape into different subject areas and get a little bit of upskilling in that particular area. What I would say in terms of where we are now, the starting point is we have what we call the first responder guide for cybercrime, which is a very comprehensive document which covers all aspects of digital evidence recovery that officers are likely to come across. That they can access that on a quick link on their mobile device. So they've got a point of reference already. So anything we're doing is over and above that. And the Cyber Champions Network is part of that, reinforcing that first responder guide. We've already got drop-in sessions for the Cyber Champions to upskill themselves, to then cascade that. And then these bite-sized sessions will reinforce that again. But we will still need some external support for our training delivery. So there will be some aspects, probably the more specialist end, that will go back out to another procurement exercise around. And then we also have a team focused on this within our LTD structures that are currently on temporary contracts, that we need to make those roles permanent so that we can continue to deliver that as well. So again, it's probably quite a modular training approach that we want to take going forward. You touched on the finance. The committee will be aware we've got money allocated this year. The review that we've just done will inform our Q2 forecasts around what we will spend within this year. And of course, if we can't spend the money this year, we'll return it into the broader portfolio. So we're working closely with our finance business partner in respect of this new approach and the financial side of that new approach, if that answers the question.
Yes, thank you, and hope that works out for you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Tom?
Yeah, can I just clarify, Conrad, are you covering item 4.2 later in the agenda? Because if it's around the biometric strategy, if it's appropriate, I would wait till then. But if you're away, I'd bring it up now.
I'm not covering that paper, unless the DCC is going to tell me I am. But I'm not. I don't think I'm covering that paper. Happy to take a question.
Can I be exploitive then? Take the opportunity.
Yeah, I've got Beck Smith down for that later for 4.2 at the moment, Tom. So feel free to ask the question.
I suppose this is. I'll come at the same question from a different angle then, if you don't mind, because it is dependent on whether there's a biometric strategy in place or not, and the risk, the absence of that would be a barrier to adopting some of the new technologies in the digital world coming along. which could put us into a difficult place, and then we can pick that up in the biometric strategy. But could you consider it from the digital side as opposed to the actual biometrics?
Yeah, I see the DCC's put a hand up. Chair, do you want me to answer from my policing in the digital world perspective?
Are you comfortable with that, Bex, or do you want to come in now?
I was just going to kind of try and package it up, if you like, just in a bit of a discussion. So, Tom, really good point around the biometric strategy. So my sense is this: I think this area of work is exceptionally important, not least policing in the digital world, the data program of work that we've got, the digital implementation, biometrics, all of those things we know are areas that are growing exponentially in terms of the work that we need to do organisationally. Pretty much every crime now has a digital footprint. We need to get better at how we manage that, how we triage things, the speed, the agility, all of those things, and actually be at the forefront of new things. You talked about, Chair, you talked about voice changing today, things like disinformation, hostile state threats, all of those things which we know people are getting their information so much quicker. We need to be one step ahead. So I'm mentioning that because I think all of this is really relevant in terms of how we manage data, digital, biometrics moving forward. So we are looking at, and I suppose the biometric strategy bit's really interesting, Tom. I think it's much broader than that. So I've asked the team to consider what does that look like right across the piece, not just biometrics. That's one element, I would say, of where we are in terms of data and technology moving forward. But you mentioned AI, we've got generative AI, robotic process automation, we've got the robotarium sitting in Heriot University, which again is just a complete minefield and things that we need to be involved in as policing. So I've asked the team to consider, what does data look like in policing moving forward? How do we incorporate all of these technologies, all of these new things that are coming to the fore, use the right space pathway, come up with an ethical and proportionate approach that protects members of the public? You'll see in the paper later, and I'm spoiling this a little bit, but the work around live facial recognition links to that as well. You know, in terms of we need a working group to understand what that looks like across Scotland. What would a consistent approach look like? What's the public view of that? How would we manage that in terms of cost, rolling out all of those things? So in answer to your question, a very long-winded way, Tom, I think it's broader than a biometric strategy. So I've asked the team to consider, what does that look like right across the piece, linked in with Conrad's work around policing in a digital world, which, you know, the delivery of that has been really fast-paced, and the things that Conrad's team have been able to do over the last year, 18 months, have been exceptional. But I don't want it to stop. I want it to keep going, and we need to be kind of in the position where we can utilise all of those. It's almost moving too quickly for us to pin it down in a strategy at the moment, if that makes sense. So I will commit to say this is really important. We need to get it right. It's a big bit of work, but we're on it, and I think it's much broader than just biometrics. I suppose is probably what I would leave you with. Conrad, I don't know if you want to add anything in relation to that, but hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you.
There's not much more that I could add to that, really, Chair. But I do think it's an important probably point. So I suppose the title of the programme, Policing in the Digital World, suggests it is an all-encompassing programme, whereas actually it's quite a specific programme of work with the various work streams that we see in the annual report and the update report. Part of the future operating model within that programme of work is to have a horizon scanning element to it, so that R&D function within the cybercrime, within the online fraud space. But even that is a subset of everything that the DCC just spoke about. So my sort of vision, I suppose, is that we will be part of a broader piece of work in Police Scotland, which then ticks off all those other elements that the DCC started to bring in there. So I suppose we are a very important cog in this machine. We're also only one cog in the machine, because lots of the bits of this are broader than the remit of policing in the digital world. So just to add that bit.
Yeah, thanks, Conrad. Tom, you want to come back?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thanks both DCC and Chief Super for those updates. It's a very complex area, and how you're managing to get your head around that, compliment both of you and your teams. But the thing about the building blocks to that in the strategy, it might seem almost an administrative thing, but without those building blocks, you then can't get through the ethical discussions and proportionality, etc. So I don't want to lose. I suppose it's a bit of feedback on what I heard there. Was there's all this work and all we need to do it, and that's more than that. Well, I know it's more than that, but without that, you can't do the big stuff, and that's a real issue there. And the other thing is that it sounds as though this is absolutely prime areas of business that should be maximising the opportunity that the Joint Research and Evidence Forum and their partnership with academia has in these models there. So it's ensuring that it doesn't operationally just go direct without going through the governance frameworks we have for that, to capture that within the organisation. So look forward to receiving some bids into JREF in terms of where that work should be. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Tom. We've touched on the question I have actually. It's around, there's a lot of ethical, legal and public interest considerations around all of this work. So how are these being addressed within Police Scotland?
So, Chair, if I start, and I don't know if anyone else wants to come in, but in terms of the DCC touched on the rights-based pathway, and I suppose for the core starting point for any introduction of technology, not just within the programme actually, but the remit of that pathway has gone beyond our programme, is to engage in the data ethics triage, and that then informs wider consultation, and that may include the Biometrics Commissioner, as we're talking about at the moment, or some independent ethics scrutiny, and so I suppose, and the pathway was built on the MOU that exists between the SPA and Police Scotland around the introduction of technology. So I do feel we've got quite a practical pathway that takes a thing that we want to use in policing and give it that scrutiny from a data ethics point of view with people that are appropriately trained to do that. That then can add into a consultation or an engagement forum, and obviously that then is a feedback loop into the piece of work, and it gets taken forward that way. So that's what's in place at the moment. I don't know if that fully answers your question though, Chair, or...
No, that's that. The main thrust behind the question is that, it's complex, and do you have the right forums? Are these things being aired appropriately, and due consideration being given to the ethics, the legality and the public interest? And from what you're describing, it sounds like they are.
So yeah, sorry, just I should have added that then. So both DPIAs and EQHRIAs are completed as well for all of these pieces of work, which will document that engagement and assessment and so on. But I think importantly, things like this, so that one of the reasons behind the annual report being produced and us making sure it was at a level that we could publicly release it was actually to allow the public to see what we're doing. So we're not hiding behind sort of operational independence or tactical concerns. We're being pretty open with the approaches that we're taking. It's in an annual report that's publicly accessible, and we talk about it in forums such as this committee and forensic services. So I think actually this public scrutiny is an important part of that as well as the journey to take us to the delivery point. Actually being having the annual report, I think, is an important part of this area of work, so that we have that open and transparency with the public around what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, no, really appreciate that response. Does anybody have any final questions on this? No. Report, a huge amount of work going on within Police Scotland and with partners in a very complex area. I welcomed not just the report, but some of the points you drew out there. Conrad, you know, the agility with money and working with your finance business partner on areas that you can't spend and areas that you can spend, you know, really good that you've done that, and in that ongoing work with partners across the UK, and specifically in relation to the work you're doing with City of London Police, you know, we would encourage that going forward. So thank you for your time and thank you for the update. Okay, so it's now 25 to 1. I did say that after this item we'd have a break for half an hour. So if I could ask everybody to be back at 1:05, please enjoy your lunch. still got a lot of very important items to cover this afternoon, so hopefully everybody's suitably refreshed and ready for the next item on the agenda, which is something that was requested by the committee, and it's a deep dive analysis of violence. And we have ACC Mark Sutherland, who's going to lead on this, and he's supported by Superintendent Joanne McEwen and Chief Inspector Michelle Grant. So Mark, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, Joanne's, well, maybe not unfortunate for her, but she's on holiday at the moment. So Michelle picking up along with.
Fortunate for her then, especially if she's in Scotland, because the weather is lovely.
But we are. I'm delighted to say that I'm also joined by Jimmy Paul from the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, and also to provide a local policing context and how we work better together to join all this up. By David Reid and Jerry Bryceland from Greater Glasgow Division, so it will be a bit of a collective effort. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the kind of first of the new deep dive approaches. So happy to take feedback at the end as to how that works for yourself through the DCC and so on. I'm not going to say too much. I'm going to leave it to the practitioners, which I think is really the idea here of really getting into the kind of nuts and bolts of how we deliver this. The papers there, which colleagues will have read. I think the only things that I would really like to say is for me, violence is a hugely complex and wide-ranging issue, but at its core, it is a public health approach that's required. All the evidence that you can read talks about the importance of early years intervention, about support through addiction, domestic abuse, mental health. All of that is that violence is the outcome of where we have got all that wrong. And for me, it has to be focused as a public health approach. What we must do, of course, as a policing service, though, is make sure that we have an effective and responsive enforcement element to that as well, which at its heart has to then flip into further prevention and further referrals to try and reduce that violence moving forward. And so through the violence, antisocial behaviour and stop SERF portfolio, which I inherited around 3 months ago, and the team under Joanne and Michelle very much tried to coordinate that and take that forward and make sure that we've got that prevention focused approach moving forward. So, for me, it's about best practice. It's about learning from one another. It's about working together in collaboration and partnership. Police have a very important role to play in violence, but we're not the only partner at the table, and nor should we be. When you look at those wide-ranging public health elements, it's exceptionally challenging and requires a whole systems approach, from those early years right through to a really effective criminal justice system to deal with it as well. So I wasn't going to say any more than that. I will obviously take questions at the end along with colleagues, and going past to Chief Inspector Michelle Grant first of all. We do have a few slides to run through. We've tried to cut them down, so we'll try and be quick, probably about 10 to 14 minutes of a presentation, if that's all right, Chair, and then we'll have some questions.
Yeah, thank you. We look forward to hearing Michelle's presentation.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, ACC, for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen with you, so just if anybody can let me know that's happened. Is that shared on screen? Excellent, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, as ACC has said, I'm Michelle Grant. I'm a Chief Inspector within Policing Together, so thank you for the opportunity today. We've looked into violence and done a deep dive for the Performance Committee. And in looking at that, we've looked at violence defined, and the World Health Report published their violence prevention approach this year, and they define violence as shown in this slide. In its essence, it is any physical force threatened or actual by a person or group. Violent crime comprises of murder, culpable homicide, common law, attempt murder, serious assault, robbery and common assault, and includes common assaults against emergency workers. My 23 years of policing experience have shown that addressing violence, especially amongst children and young people, requires a whole systems approach. The police alone cannot resolve violence. Collaboration across the partnership system is essential. So to understand what that joined up approach in tackling violence looks like, it's important to understand our organisational structure. So the structure for addressing violence is led by our Chief Constable Joe Farrell, who oversees the strategies and activities focused on violence and its reduction. Supporting this, DCC for Crime Beck Smith and ACC for Local Police in West Mark Sutherland hold key portfolios for violence and play a crucial role in driving the related activities. Violence touches many aspects of policing, and our focus is on understanding and improving these connections. This focus is incorporated into the Strategic Violence and Antisocial Behaviour Group, which unites several important partners as highlighted in this slide. Collectively, the group is essential in shaping and driving efforts to reduce violence and to mitigate associated harm. Looking at a local police and violence governance structure, this is from Greater Glasgow Division as shown on the screen. So this governance structure emphasises the cooperation between police divisions and local authority partners to manage violence prevention efforts. The framework demonstrates how policing operations and various community and governmental groups collaborate to implement strategies for violence reduction, prevention and enforcement. And later on in the presentation, my colleague will go into a bit more detail about their work. As we explore the issue of violence in young people, we've initiated an in-depth analysis and hopefully provide some background into the data that's presented to you today. Looking at an overview of violent crime in general terms, police recorded crime remains at one of the lowest levels since 1974. The wider trend in violence in Scotland over recent years has been complex, with certain types of violent crime, such as serious assaults and homicides, showing a long-term decline, while others like common assaults have increased. In 2023-24, violent crime reached its highest levels in recent years, primarily due to a rise in common assaults, which made up 91.6% of violent crimes. The rise in common assaults can be attributed to several interconnected factors, and primary reasons may include issues such as post-pandemic social tensions, substance abuse and poverty, just to name a few. The detection rate for overall violent crime has risen slightly compared to last year, and that reflects our ongoing commitment to supporting communities and ensuring public safety. That is then transferred into this table, as you can see on the screen. So the table here presents our performance within quarter 4 of 2023-24. As shown, overall violent crime has increased slightly by 3.1% to both previous year to date and current year to date, and by 4.1% compared on the 5-year average. As mentioned, violence is a complex issue influenced by a variety of factors. And whilst there is no specific data indicating that any group or demographic are disproportionately affected, we remain committed to working with our partners to increase public confidence and support all our communities in reducing violent crime. Looking in depth to youth violence, understanding violence in relation to children and young people, whether as offenders or victims, is crucial for addressing both the root cause of violence and its broader impact in society. Violence affects young people in unique ways as their development stages, social environments and vulnerability shape their experiences. Police Scotland have a crucial role to play in the protection and support of our children and young people. We follow and live by the principles of getting it right for every child, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, corporate parenting and our commitment to prevention. So in that further analysis, you will see that in quarter 4 of 2023-24, we found that there were 13,695 violent crimes and threatening and abusive behaviour crimes recorded where a young person was accused. 63.2% of these crimes were for common assault and 31.7% for threatening and abusive behaviour. 2/3 of the accused were identified as male, compared to 1/3 being female. The statistic that females are 55% more likely to be victims of violent crime is surprising and may seem counterintuitive given the general patterns of violent crime. This could be attributed to a range of factors, including females experiencing different types of violence, for example, domestic assault, which are disproportionately experienced by women. Females may be more likely to report certain types of crimes compared to males and may have an increased awareness of the reporting mechanisms, which may lead to higher reported rates of violence against women. It also may be the case that males are less likely to report crime or be a victim of crime for a variety of reasons, including peer pressure or fear of retaliation. So to move into looking at the ages of the young people involved, this graph shows the steady trajectory and slight increase in offending rates amongst those aged 11 to 14 in 2023 and 24. As you can see on the solid purple line, and that's compared to the lower levels during the COVID pandemic. And it might suggest emerging trends or shifts in factors affecting this age group. The consistent data for 23-24 relative to previous years could indeed reflect a return to pre-pandemic patterns, but it is also worth investigating further to understand the specific social, economic and environmental changes that might be influencing these trends. So moving on to look at 2023 and 24. In this Q4 reporting period, the graph presented shows an increase in offending rates amongst children aged 11 to 14, followed by a decrease. This trend warrants further investigation. However, feedback from our partners in youth services and community learning and development, for example, indicate that this group of young people, having missed face-to-face interactions during the pandemic, now face challenges with social expectations and boundary setting. This may be contributing to their difficulties in adjusting post-pandemic, and we are reconnecting with the Scottish Institute of Policing Research to focus on academic research and support and grow richer insights into this. And although not all young people involved in violence carry weapons, it's crucial to explore whether there is a correlation between young people violence and weapon possession. And in the context of weapon recovery here, the solid green line showing a rise in young people aged 11 to 14 years being found in possession of a weapon following a search is an indicator of increasing involvement to potentially violent behaviour. Police Scotland has focused on children and young people, with prevention and early intervention remaining at the core of our approach. We play an important role in enforcement to protect our communities and to deter children and young people from engaging in violence. We run several violence prevention campaigns aimed at reducing violence and promoting safety across our communities. An example being No Knives, Better Lives, with a focus on knife crime prevention amongst our young people. Our school liaison officers and education partners work tirelessly in the prevention space to support children and young people in making positive life choices. My colleagues in the SVRU and local policing will provide more detail on some of the work ongoing across the country. And I will now pass to Jimmy Paul for his presentation on the case study, if that's in order with yourself, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that, Michelle. Absolutely.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Chair. My name's Jimmy Paul. I am the head of the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, and I will take us into a deep dive, as requested, a case study to share with you. Before I do that, I just want to thank Michelle for that fantastic introduction, scene setting, and Mark too. And we always invite people to think about the reasons why a young person might consider violence or pick up a knife in the first place. What are the risk factors? We know that people who are exposed to violence in their early life or involved in the care system, or who have parents or family members who are substance addicted, that can predispose them to all sorts of risky behaviours. And we also know what the protective factors are, such as good, healthy relationships, a safe community, youth work, access to family support. And our focus should be on trying to make sure all children have access to these protective factors. Let's move on to the next slide, please, Michelle. Thank you. So this case study is looking at the murder of JM, Justin McLaughlin, that happened in Glasgow in October 2021. Next slide, please, Michelle. Now, Glasgow has a long history of gang violence. No one in this call will be surprised about that, from the razor gangs at the turn of the 20th century through to Frankie Vaughan asking the gangs to hand their knives in the 1960s, and indeed the youth gangs in the mid-2000s. Now, from the late 2000s, this perception of Glasgow began to change. Lots of the success in Scotland and in Glasgow has been attributed to the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, and we're uncomfortable with that. And we always point to concerted efforts from policing, other statutory services, third sector partners, and communities themselves pulling together to make a difference and improve the lives for many living in Glasgow, and particularly the East End of Glasgow. The murder of Justin McLaughlin was a stark reminder that this work is never done. And whilst violence on the streets of Glasgow has reduced significantly, it hadn't disappeared. So we cannot be complacent. Next slide, please. I feel like Chris Whitty in the pandemic. So the background, during the course of Saturday, the 16th of October 2021, the deceased was with his friends within the town centre, initially in the Four Corners area of Glasgow by Argyle Street. They then made their way to the High Street train station, where their movements are captured by CCTV within the station. Whilst within the station, the group of young people containing the now deceased becomes involved in a physical altercation with two young males of another group, the suspect plus one other, whilst at the foot of the stairs at the beginning of the eastbound platform. Although the CCTV footage is from some distance along the platform, the footage captures the suspect male punching people within the deceased's group. However, no weapons are seen at this stage. A train is seen to pull into the station on platform 2, and the persons enter and exit the train. CCTV then shows the party containing the now deceased, which was about 7 young people, a mixture of boys and girls, walking away from the entrance to the platform, leaving the suspect and his associate nearer to the entrance. As the train on platform 2 departs the station, the suspect male is seen from CCTV, and multiple witnesses within the station jump down onto the track in the space vacated by the departing train and climb back onto the platform. At this point, the suspect is now in possession of a large silver bladed knife. The suspect male begins to chase the group containing the now deceased, during the course of which the now deceased stumbles to the ground before quickly returning to his feet. The stumble enables the suspect to gain ground and catch him, and thereafter strike him to his stomach and the flank of his torso with the knife from his right hand. Upon doing so, the suspect immediately turns away and appears to cheer as if in celebration. The now deceased for a few seconds continues to run away, however shortly after collapses, at which stage it becomes apparent to his group of friends and other witnesses that he has been stabbed. The events that took place on High Street train station sent shockwaves through the whole of Scotland as the spectre of teen gang violence returned to the streets of Glasgow. This was after years and years of progress on gang violence, Scotland seeing a 52% reduction from homicides, and Glasgow specifically seeing a 60% reduction in homicides from the year 2005 to 2014, which has been sustained. Young people have also led the way in these reductions, and it was clear that this case study and this example needed a comprehensive community response. Next slide, please. Social media played a significant role before and after this murder, leading to increased levels of fear across the whole community and increasing the likelihood that there would be more violence amongst young people. Recording and images began circulating around Snapchat, Instagram, WhatsApp, and other forms of social media. Images of young people with knives and machetes, pictures of people at their home addresses with threats being made to intimidate, and videos of violent assaults were increasingly being shared. Much of this material made its way into the press, with coverage in news outlets beginning to create a picture and a concern of a tinderbox situation. Next slide, please. So the response. Next slide, please. So at this point, I will talk about some of the challenges within schools, and then I'll hand over to Jerry shortly, who'll hand over back to me. We know that schools were struggling to deal with increased levels of fear and concern, as an increasing number of young people were becoming, in the eyes of the school, more problematic and violent, of which some of these issues could be directly linked to this murder, others through the generalized increase in fear because of this tragic incident that had happened. We're conscious that it's all too easy to judge and stigmatize young people, but keen to articulate that what we were seeing here is a group of young people who had experienced or witnessed a trauma, a collective trauma, either themselves or in their home city, and it's really important to support those young people to deal with that trauma. I'll hand over now to Jerry, who will say a bit about the local policing response in this case.
Thank you, Jimmy. As you've heard, the levels of tension in the community following this incident were extremely high. I was a local community policing inspector at the time of this incident, and this is the most impactful community event that I have witnessed in my 24 years policing career. I quickly recognised it was critical to ensure that the correct proportionate policing response was delivered to ease these community tensions and indeed prevent further acts of violence. The community of Baillieston is policed by 4 dedicated local community policing officers, and they are supported by a campus officer who's embedded within Bannerman High School. These officers are extremely well respected and embedded within the local community, and they have an in-depth knowledge of all parties involved and links to a number of third sector organisations working within the community. When deciding on the appropriate policing response, I felt it appropriate that we break from the norm where we normally deploy additional resources, sometimes from out with the local policing area, to undertake a reassurance in our prevention deployments. I felt it was important that we focused on using our core local policing officers to deliver our reassurance plans. This approach was successful and it immediately eased the tensions within the community, and it quickly allowed us to gather good community intelligence. The community as a whole became more engaged, those directly impacted and those in the periphery, and the trust and the confidence in the police increased despite these tragic circumstances. The local officers engaged with the community to understand better what they wanted and indeed what they needed in their community to reduce the risk of further such acts of violence. This community empowerment led to the joint development and success of a number of local diversion activities. These were supported by the SVRU and other partners. The success of these activities has allowed for them to be adopted across communities within Glasgow and beyond. The slide represents a number of key projects currently running within Greater Glasgow Division at present that we use to support young people and attempt to educate, divert and break the offending cycles of young people within our communities. I'll now pass you back to Jimmy.
Thanks, Jerry. And just to act as assurance to that, I've been in post a year, and people who received that community response still tell me that felt effective, that felt like policing at its kindest is a phrase that's been used. One example I want to share is through community sources. Police Scotland became aware of a potential disturbance to a planned memorial event for Justin, and after actually consulting with the family and the community, the decision was made not to visibly increase the police presence and only use officers that were known and new to the community to ensure that the tensions would not be raised unnecessarily. Keeping the additional support out of sight with only local community officers near the event was part of the reason that there was no trouble, and similar co-produced activity, connected activity with the community, we have heard has helped to reduce the retribution. There was a lot of fear that would be happening. So thank you. I see you've moved to the next slide. So even though many of the services were financially struggling at the time, still in the midst of COVID, there was an agreed commitment to increase mentoring, support and youth outreach across the area to help address the needs of young people and provide the necessary support to those that needed it. To Jerry's point about the SVRU pivoting its support, we made sure that the You Decide team, the YDT team as we call it, supported the most vulnerable and at-risk young people across 6 different high schools in the area, providing drop-in support and outreach support, as well as supporting the delivery of the redevelopment of the Sidekicks programme, a community organisation in Glasgow called FAIR that delivered that, building the life skills of young people and helping them to address some of the traumas that they were working through whilst engaged in that programme. The partnership approach was not without its challenges. Some organisations struggled with the resources required, including Police Scotland, because COP26 was happening around that time, and lots of community officers needed to police that event. However, an important decision was made around that time to retain some campus officers, school liaison officers, who enabled that close partnership working to continue. And without the significant work carried out by communities, charities, and community policing, the violence would have escalated for sure. Supporting and listening to young people, working directly with gangs, supporting diversion, providing training and support to people dealing with trauma, and being a trusted organisation and mobilising quickly all helped. But mostly we say that it's just showing up and being there when it mattered most. Next slide, please. What's the next steps? Next slide. So before we move on to this one, sorry, I think I'm handing back to Mark or someone else here. I will just say that to close this case study off, we are always clear that violence prevention needs to stretch across primary, secondary and tertiary reduction activity. To explain what that means, primary is essentially, doesn't look like violence reduction, it looks like building healthy, strong children. Benjamin Franklin once said, you know, it's easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. That's at the heart of primary reduction. It's ensuring children, our youngest people, are emotionally literate, have a growth mindset, have loving relationships and good role models, and are not surrounded by toxic stress, because we know those things are risk factors. Secondary violence reduction is engaging at a point where people are starting to show risky behaviours and supporting those young people to stay away and divert them away from a life of violence. Tertiary violence reduction is when it happens, whether for the first or the 601st time, it's for the last time, and that victims experience high quality and timely support. And we think this case study is a very good example of tertiary and secondary violence reduction with some hints of primary reduction in there too. And I think I'm handing back over to Mark or someone else to take us forward now. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'll just close off now, and then we can spend time for any observations or comments. We've heard a really good problem statement from Michelle, what the challenges are, and how we understand the data to try and then drive some insights and information that really allows us to take some activity forward. How we must work in that prevention space collectively and in partnership, whether that's with just meeting the SBRU, Medics Against Violence, whoever that may be. Our doors are open to try and work in collaboration. And the case study, of course, was a huge amount of broader partnership work there around the local authority, education, in particular, British Transport Police was on EBT, property, and all those partnerships. You invest in the quiet time so that you need to come together as partners. You've got those relationships to deliver. So moving forward, what's the next thing for me? And under the team, we've been really focusing on our violence priorities around some measures.
Mark, sorry to cut across you, but I'm struggling to hear you. You've gone all echoey, and I'm not quite sure. You were fine earlier. I don't know if something's changed.
I shall do my IT thing, which is to wiggle all the wires and it sorts itself. Is it still the same?
Still the same. Just carry on, but be aware that we're struggling slightly to hear you.
Sure, I will. I won't say too much then. I'll open it up. You can read the slides. It's there. You know, I think it's really important that we understand first and then develop our approach moving forward. Most recently, we brought cyber back into the fore to really understand that, really drive that academic support to really help us move forward. And along with our own police vision and the business plan we move forward. And put us in a good place to move forward. So, given the technical challenges, I'll stop there here and open up for questions.
Oh, okay, I think you could stop sharing the screen now, Michelle. So, first thing to say is, really appreciate what you and the team have put together there. Michelle, Jimmy, Jerry, that presentation was very informative. it certainly provided some very useful insights, and it's actually very impactful when you hear it. So thank you for that. So can I open this up now for questions? Tom Halpin.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the presentation. The case study that we use, Jimmy, is very helpful. As we know, it occurred on ScotRail premises, and there was interoperabilities with word I would use with British Transport Police in terms of this. Tomorrow is the Scottish Railways Policing Committee, which I'm the SPA rep on, and I would like to reference this. So in terms of BTP and the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, could you give us some sense of that interoperability and how it's, how that organisation is supported in Scotland, and was there any sort of points of practice in this case study that would highlight that, the positive or negative aspects of it?
So should I come in now, Chair? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course, Jimmy, and you come.
Okay, the short answer, Tom, I'm afraid, is I wasn't here during that time. I don't have the answer to that question.
Okay.
In terms of our continued relationship with British Transport Police, we've got a couple of meetings with them in the diary, and we're keen that they support and work with us on some work we're doing around social media and healthy social media use and clear messaging for young people and kind of diverting away from violence. So that's certainly what we're doing now, but apologies, I don't have an answer for historic work.
Yeah, Mark, I see you've raised your hand if you want to come in. Hopefully your technology is working.
I'll give it a try, and if not, I'll put an answer in the chat. Is it still the same?
Yeah, you're still very robotic.
Is that any better, Chair?
It's slightly better, but you're still in an echo chamber, but please try.
Okay, so we have a memorandum of understanding with British Transport Police whereby Police Scotland investigate homicides that happen on BTP property. On the back of this and slightly before that, Chief Superintendent in Scotland for British Transport Police, Jill Murray and her teams are very active in a lot of our wards, which allow me and others to coordinate and have that interoperability with BTP. BTP will sit on our regional tasking boards at local level, Tom, and that allows me to then factor on, obviously, Jimmy's team and the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit are funded by Scottish Government, but hosted by Police Scotland, and we have a really close relationship. And so because we've got that connection with Jill, because BTP are in our regional tasking boards, it allows me to kind of coordinate and be the conduit between those partners.
Chair, I've got the gist of that. The important thing is that the BTP Chief Superintendent or her rep is on the regional tasking group for violence, and is that in relation to G Division, Mark, or is it elsewhere as well?
So that should be across the 3 regions of Scotland. So that should be across the 3 regions of Scotland.
Okay.
Yeah. And I see Jerry wants to come in, Tom. He's maybe.
Hi, Chair. It's okay to answer?
Yeah, of course.
Jerry, I can hear you.
That's great. Just in the kind of the aftermath of the tragic events, there was a recognition regards an increase in violence on the rail network. Youths travelling between a number of stations. High Street Station in particular didn't have the electronic barriers, so that seemed to be the dispersal point, which then led to a lot of increased incidents in that area. collectively between myself locally and other areas within Greater Glasgow, Lanarkshire Division and British Transport Police, we got together and created an operation under the title Operation Haplin, and we did joint work and engagement, enforcement and education on the rail network over a period of 4 weeks to understand, gather intelligence, engage with local children that were using the network from as far as Calder Crooks through to the Lothians, and look at what diversionary activity we could get them involved in, what we could signpost them to. Very quickly, that engagement, we saw a reduction in the usage of the rail network by these groups for reasons where they were engaged in violent activity to rather using it for more positive things, to get to sessions, get to projects, etc. So there was that, and that continues. The discussions locally continue, and we have that ability to step up any operation if it's required.
And I suppose this is Jimmy as well. And my fundamental question is, in terms of BTP in Scotland, are they a fully engaged partner and supported by Scottish Violence Reduction Unit?
So I think, to Mark's point, they're certainly engaged with Police Scotland. There's a commitment. There are so many organisations we could partner with at the Violence Reduction Unit, and they are one that we want to partner with. In my first year in post, that hasn't been a key feature, but especially now we've got some projects that we can hang our hat on, and we can go to them and say, look, here is a clear way in which we can work together moving forward. You'll hear about some of these later. We're really keen to make that relationship. So it's not at the moment, but we intend for it to be, absolutely. And to Jerry's point, you know, not only in the aftermath of this murder, but certainly now, we are still hearing from charities who work directly with young people most at risk that you know, moving between sites, I guess lots of people point to the free bus travel that young people can now experience with their card. It's not that. It's that young people don't have safe spaces to be in. They don't feel safe at home. They want to spend time with their friends, but they don't know where to do it. So it's easy to travel, and we're hearing of more and more violence on buses and on trains. And so it's really important that we are connected with British Transport Police.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a question here around the presentation. Offers some key insights into the understanding the data and trends in, regarding violence involving children and young people. I think Michelle said that 55% of the people that are reporting violence against them are female, which in some ways seems counterintuitive. And if you offered some reasons why that might be, is there work, maybe academic work, going on to try and understand, you know, that you know, why it is females that are reporting these things, because that would be quite helpful. And the other question I've got in relation to, you know, maybe the support from academia and further research is, you know, I think Jimmy said there's a long history of gang violence in Glasgow, and it's changed its format. As society has changed, but it's still there. And although we do welcome that, you know, over 50% reduction in homicides in Scotland, and in Glasgow's case over 60%, it's still there. So are we putting in place any longitudinal studies that would help us to understand this as we go forward, as well as reflecting, you know, to the past? So these are a couple of questions that I would like to pose at this moment. So I don't know, Michelle, if you want to speak first, and then maybe Jimmy. Oh, and I see that the ECC's back in.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so probably touching on your first point regarding the females. So yeah, that work is, we're looking into that just to reach out to CIPR as well, just to do a wee bit more of a deep dive, and also with our partners in the VOG groups. I know that the Detective Chief Superintendent had spoke previously at his presentation as well. It could be that, you know, females are more likely to report because they have friendship support groups, maybe pastoral care teachers, whereas young males have that fear of, you know, potentially you're not a grass. So there's definitely work to be undertaken, and we can do that with our partners within CIPR to provide a broader context, and happy to take that action on board and bring that back. Maybe Jimmy could answer the next part of your question, if that's okay.
Thank you. Jimmy, and then I'll allow Mark to come in.
Of course, yeah. Thank you, Michelle. So yes, agree with all of that, and aware that CIPR and other academics through the Edinburgh Futures Institute are really interested in this and longitudinal studies. There is also a paper that's been written looking at kind of what has been dubbed the kind of success of the SVRU in Scotland. Again, uncomfortable with that because it is only with partners that we've been able to help deliver some of that success, and there's still a long way to go. I will find that paper and share with the relevant person so you can have a look, because it's really interesting. But to the point of statistics and reporting, one of the projects that we've initiated, we launched last week actually, some of you may have seen, it's called Quit Fighting for Likes. It's about trying to get young people to use social media in ways that's much more healthy, and in our focus groups with young people in schools all over Scotland, young girls are more likely to be positive bystanders and likely to report issues than boys, who are much more likely to record violence, although there's a real issue with how normalised that has become, and we're not sure how that extrapolates to wider violence aside from social media, but that's something that we did pick up on. There is also another statistic, whether it's boys and girls or certainly repeat victims of violence, and you may have seen the study from last year, from October, I think it was. About 2/3 of all the violence in Scotland is concentrated on 1% of Scotland's population. And it'll be a surprise to no one in this room to hear that most of those people will be homeless, really poor, the depths of poverty, single parents, struggling with substance misuse issues. So we've got real challenges to understand who those victims are, and we've really got to make sure our approaches are tailored to support them. And that is continued work. We've got to understand what the data tells us and work closely with communities to understand lived experience to guide our activity appropriately.
Thanks, Jimmy. Mark, hopefully your logging out and logging back in has helped.
Thanks, Chair. You can let me know if not. I've got a
yeah, perfect.
Is that okay? So yeah, I mean, I'm just picking up on some of those points and just trying to bring that together. I suppose when we look at females in particular, that is a surprising statistic and one that we're really keen to pick up and do a bit of work on. When we look at why that happens, we've got probably two things that jump out to me. One is the relationship that young females have with the partner, and secondly, that they're more likely to be a repeat victim of crime by the same partner, and that tends to drive that figure higher, along with the elements that Michelle spoke about. We are really keen to push forward into that academic and understanding space, but actually there's a huge amount already out there that we can dip back into and learn from again, and as we move forward. You know, when we even look down at the Youth Violence Commission down in England, the 2020 report that they did has a lot of really good insights when we begin to look at the reasons why youth violence is happening. When we look at educational attainment, when we look at the policies around about school exclusion, when we look about the provision of youth services, and that takes us back to that earlier point that we discussed around about the decline of services that support youths across our country. When we look at the way that we fund and support third sector organisations, so third sector agencies competing against one another for small pots of money for short-term funding, where we need probably longer-term investment in the third sector that allows those partnerships to be stronger over time. So, you know, they're just some of the reasons that we know why, and some of the academic support that really supports us. But we're really grateful to have Megan and Liz back into this space, and we can really target some activity and some research moving forward, and along with Jimmy's team, I think we're in a good position to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody have any final questions on this paper? So just a quick bit of feedback from myself there. First deep dive, this approach, I found it, very helpful indeed. It's really interesting to understand how Police Scotland are developing their insights and understanding, and how this is informing their approach as part of a whole system approach, to this issue of violence. And right at the start, you did frame this as a public health approach. So much greater understanding of that, Mark. So thank you for that. But as you did state, enforcement remains, and a strong part of this as well. So really helpful. So thank you for that. Okay, so we'll now move on to the next item on the agenda. I just get my screen in order, which we've now finished section 3, and we're going to move on to section 4. And I thought I saw ACC Stuart Houston appearing on my screen. So 4.1 is HMICS Inspections Improvement Plan. So over to yourself, Stuart, to lead us through this.
Sorry to interrupt there, Chair. Just to advise, I've been advised that DC Smith needs to leave at 2. So if we could actually take 4.2, Police Scotland approach to biometrics first.
Apologies, you did flash that up in the messages, but I missed it. Stuart, apologies to yourself. I appreciate you've all got competing diary commitments, so Bex, over to yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, Stuart. I will be brief, just in relation to the biometrics report. There's a few points that I'd like to draw out if possible. I think it's probably fair to say that the biometrics function is in a really good place, and I probably wouldn't have said that 12, 18 months ago, and I'm really grateful to the work of Gillian Jones and DCS Susie Chow, who've led that from a Police Scotland perspective, and also colleagues within SPA Forensics as well. So I think we've got a much better understanding of how we use and manage our biometric data compared to where we were. Also really grateful for the work of the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner. Dr. Plastow has been instrumental in supporting the team in terms of how we structure and how we utilise biometric data, and is also really supportive of our future ambition, as we talked about earlier, Tom, just in terms of the use of biometrics, AI data generally, and how we use, store and manage that moving forward. So just a couple of bits I want to draw out. You'll have seen in the paper, in the background and timeline section, Gillian has noted all of the scrutiny that we've been through recently. Some of those audits have overlapped in terms of things like the thematic reviews for children and young people, and BDO's audit of our compliance with DNA and fingerprint data and source samples, as well as the Biometric Commissioner's audits and review that we've had to do. So with Gillian's very bijou team, we've managed to do a lot of that work and have had some really complimentary feedback from the Biometrics Commissioner, both within SPA Forensics and with Police Scotland, just in terms of our use and storage of those particular elements of data. We have in Appendix A listed kind of our priorities for biometrics moving forward. I think we spent quite a long time working through that, to Tom's point earlier, in terms of strategy, where that fits in with the general plan, but our immediate priorities. And I think the first point I would like to draw out is the biometrics team currently are working with our service design team to understand how does biometrics fit with our target operating model for the revised model of policing. And I think that's not just within biometrics, but it's much wider in terms of data and how we are committing to being a data-driven organisation. Biometrics is a really important part of that. So Gillian's listed that as one of the most important elements, and also our BDO audit recommendations too, to make sure we sign those off. We've then gone through into split up sort of the quarters of 24 and 25, just in terms of the work that we're committed to moving forward, and you'll see that in the paper. I think finally, Just in the main paper on page 3, there's some key deliverables which the team have delivered over the first 6 months of them coming together as a biometrics function. And I'm genuinely, as I say, really grateful to the team around that. Gillian provides a dashboard of our compliance with biometric data, which is really helpful as a snapshot to see how we are managing that, and we share that with the Biometrics Commissioner and discuss that through the Oversight Board as well for other members too. My feeling and my sense just in terms of biometrics is just to the discussion that we had earlier. I think biometrics is exceptionally important. I also think it aligns to all of the work we're doing around data. It's so intertwined in terms of how we manage kind of biometric data that we store and receive, and our responsibilities with that, but also our future want and desire to use new technology and the biometric data that we would recover and use from that. And a bit like the discussion we had earlier around the rights-based pathway, our ethical considerations of that as an organisation are exceptionally important. So the use of the rights-based pathway in terms of how we will utilise that data moving forward, and it's something, I suppose, a really important point to note that things like live facial recognition, etc., would not be utilised in Police Scotland without going through that process in terms of rights-based pathway, consultation, ethical considerations, etc. But it's definitely something that I think as a policing service that we need to consider, and we need to learn from other organisations that do it well in England and Wales, and those that again have got some have kind of utilised the data in different ways so that we can make sure we are compliant moving forward. But as I say, just really pleased with the progress of the function. It's been it took a while to get us to the position that we're in at the moment, but I'm genuinely really confident in the way that we're managing biometric data moving forward. So that's probably all I wanted to draw out, Chair, in relation to that, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Bex. Appreciate you speaking to the paper and drawing out many of the relevant points, and you know, that emphasis you put on the continuation of the work with the authority and the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner to deliver this piece of work. So with that, can I open it up to questions?
Chair.
Tom?
I was struggling to get my hand up there. So yeah, I've had the discussion around the need for the biometrics strategy. But just under this item, so that it's in the note, I just think we have to reinforce that, you know, these are precursors to operational deployments in the future, and just to emphasise this, the importance of prioritising it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Tom. There's an ambition to deliver this strategy, but by the fourth quarter of this financial year. How confident are you that this is achievable, Bex? And in the absence of it, you know, what do you see as the risks to Police Scotland?
We will absolutely deliver that, Chair. We've been through kind of the work plan with the team around prioritising in terms of where that sits, and I'm absolutely confident that we'll do that. I think it was really important that we did that together with forensic services as well, just bearing in mind kind of the workload sitting there. The responsibilities overlap in terms of the organisation, so I think really important to do that. I suppose the drafting of the strategy gives us the ability to set out our kind of key priorities in terms of this particular area of work. But I guess just to reassure the board, we are absolutely clear on that in terms of the utilisation of technology and making sure that we are compliant around our use and storage of data. So the drafting of the strategy will support the longer term ambition, but have no fear that work is continuing. So I'm absolutely confident we'll do that. I think the importance for me was making sure our compliance was right in terms of audits and making sure we were absolutely doing things in the right and proper way around biometrics and data particularly, which took priority over kind of the drafting of the longer term strategy and plan. But that's absolutely built into the work plan, as you'll see at Appendix A, and something we will commit to deliver.
Okay, thanks for that, Bex. Appreciate that you've got to go now, but thank you so much for all your contributions today. It's appreciated your personal contribution, but also that wider contribution of your full team to help with today's paper. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So back to yourself, Stuart. Apologies for that. Appreciate your patience. But if you could now go to 4.1 and lead us through the HMICS Inspections Improvement Plan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. The paper that's been submitted, I appreciate is quite lengthy and goes into a bit of detail of the 6 reports that are covered in this all-encompassing report here. So the 6 reports are published by HMICS between February 2020 and October 2023. And for clarity, the ones that we're covering is the online child sexual abuse, crime audit from 2020, hate crime, contact assessment model, domestic abuse, and the mental health demand. Since the last meeting, there have been 6 closures which are included in the report, along with, which I think is the key part that we need to maybe pull out a bit in the report, is the impacts it has on the outcomes against the joint strategy, which is maybe something I'll maybe come back to at the end of what that means. It's important to say that some of these actions that we've put in have still to be fully discharged by HMICS, and where that is the case, it is mentioned in the update. So across the 6 inspection reports, there is 38 recommendations remain ongoing at the moment, and we're at advanced stages of closing a number of these, especially some of the older ones, which obviously date back to 2020, as you can see. I'd probably just like to highlight that also, in addition to these, we're progressing about 130 separate HMIC recommendations across a number of areas in the organisation just now, and there is a lot of interdependencies with some of those recommendations, particularly in the different reports that have been published. So helpfully in this report, we've also included a summary of the key risks and challenges that relate to the publications, and I think thankfully the team here have managed to pull together some common themes that are across all the publications, which I would probably like to go through, which are worth highlighting. So they are really the partnership working. A number of them are dependent on other agencies to how we are able to close those off fully. The cross-cutting issues impacting on more than one area of policing is just that coordinated approach, and we've particularly seen that with the crime audit and domestic abuse. Some competing demands about how we would fit this in with business as usual, and that's again about other changes and improvement activity that's ongoing that actually will supersede some of these recommendations as well. System developments, new technology, particularly in relation to cause for the crime audit, has been a sort of significant change, and also upgrades to the vulnerable persons database and what that means for domestic abuse. There is obviously some wider organisational design work ongoing, the Public Protection Development Programme and the Modernising Contact and Engagement, which again is incorporating some of the actions that are within the recommendations as well. And finally, a bit that I think we need to touch on is some of the implementation of new legislation, particularly in the hate crime aspect, and how that has also sort of gained traction with this. In respect to the themes from the recommendations, they've been summarised really well within paragraph 2.9 within the report, and the highlight they can be applied across a number of different topics that HMICS have inspected us on. But I think the key part for us is that it's improving our understanding of our own performance quite a lot, and so with this effective scrutiny that we're going through with this. And there's a lot about ensuring consistency and making sure that the guidance is accessible of how we're answering some of the recommendations. I did mention earlier on about the impact as well, and I think it's probably something that we just touch on of some of the impacts that we're seeing from each of the 6 that are there just now. And probably the first one that I would really pull out would be the online child sexual abuse. On the back of that recommendation on the report, we've developed a wellbeing strategy for those who have a dedicated role in responding to online child sexual abuse. And the impact in that is about ensuring that there is a wide range of support mechanisms for staff to keep them psychologically safe with some of the work that they're doing, not just now but into the future. And it's about that structured approach about how we're able to ensure that we're offering those that capability at an early stage and allows them still to perform at a high level in what is quite a traumatic area of work. So a really successful impact from there. Hate crime, moving on to that, we obviously reviewed whether a dedicated unit was needed to manage hate crime, but I was able to structure or sort of reorganise or structure around about that and oversight of hate crime matters. We've realigned hate crime as a sort of robust service delivery approach to it, making the best use of how we sort of look at the crimes that come in against incidents and make sure that's sort of touching into public confidence with that. And that's about continually reviewing that process of how we gauge that. CAM, obviously contact assessment model and domestic abuse, have been quite closely aligned and linked here. There's been a comprehensive training done within C3, equipping staff there with better skills, knowledge and experience to assess threat, risk and harm from that first contact, particularly in domestic abuse, which does answer across both of those reviews. That is, again, is about ensuring that domestic abuse calls are highlighted at higher levels of vulnerability. And I think these are having sort of really good impacts across both those inspection reports. And finally, just to sort of summarise, really the purpose of this report, it is quite a varied topics across this report that's presented to the committee today. But I think it is helpful in the fact the team, the audit and inspection team that pull this together is really looking at that across the governance guidelines, compliance and resources and better practice aspects that forms their tracking system and how we manage both as an organisation, but ensure that we hold to account the different business areas about how we're able to meet and answer these recommendations as timely as possible.
Thank you for that, Stuart, for leading us through the report and drawing out some of the critical areas. So with that, can I open up to colleagues for any questions they have at this time? Mary, pick carefully.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons here. Thank you for that report, Stuart. Similar to reports that you bring to ARAC as well, so we've had these conversations before, and I wanted to begin by recognising the amount of work that's gone into addressing the recommendations and getting to this position, and particularly also recognise the success of the partnership working that's going on in relation to mental health demand, and that's partnerships across Police Scotland, the Authority and Scottish Government, and that's critically important, obviously. But I do think that sometimes with these reports, you can see all the activity and you can see all the effort and you can see all the closures, the recommendations being closed, and that's good. But what we see less of is evidence of, well, so what? You know, we did all of those things, but did that recommendation actually give us a firm foundation for improvement, and has therefore the work that we've done to comply with recommendation helped us improve service, public service across policing? And so I'm not sure if the format of the report helps with that, because you certainly, gave us that towards the end of your presentation in relation to impact and where that's been positive. But I think the committee would probably welcome some more, regular feedback of that nature, so that we can see the recommendations come out. We put a lot of work and effort into overtaking them, completing them, and so what? Here's what's improved because of that. Would that be possible, do you think, Stuart?
Yeah, I think it would. I think in the fact is that the way that the team that pull this together and hold the business areas to account, I think it would be useful to maybe revisit some of these recommendations at a time frame, maybe after the closure, whether that would be 3, 6 months, 9 months down the line, to see what's been the longer lasting good practice. I think what we do see with a bit of this is where we're able to take, because the way we're recording it on the 4-action system, even though they may be closed off for HMICS, there's nothing to stop us still tracking improvements further down the line. So I think that's a bit for sort of our internal audit process to ensure, you're absolutely right, there is that, you've answered the recommendation, but so what does it mean for the delivery of to the public? I think that would be something good that we can probably track internally, and even after a set period of time we could feed back either to this group or through ARAC as you would see fit.
Okay, thank you very much, Stuart. That would be good.
Thanks, Stuart. I've got a couple of questions. You gave the number, 130 odd recommendations that you're dealing with at this moment in time, and you've got recommendations coming in from internal audit and others as well. So I would like to understand a little bit about how you balance all the priorities, from this, how you actually prioritise it, and then there is evidence in there that some of the recommendations, the action plans, the timelines have slipped around those. So how robust is your communication around that with HMICS? So that there's an understanding of why you are where you are.
So I think there's a couple of things there that are really useful, and the fact is that it's sort of highlighted in the report the governance system that we have in place for the recommendations, which allow us to, we need to rely a bit on the business areas to say what can they deliver and the timescales they give us, and that's about setting the priorities to do that. I think probably for myself and my team and the role I have for governance, audit and assurance is that ability to sit down with HMI, which we do on a regular basis, and say there's a sort of really a bit of a state of the nation where we are with some of these, but also about what they can help to guide us in some of the priorities. So, for example, from my own other business area and professionalism, some of the ones that came out from vetting have been superseded a bit with the culture inspection. So I see that it's that crossover in themes that you can recognise about where that we can, the priorities may be actually is more important in the vetting one than it is elsewhere, but we can push them on but link them a bit better. And I think the fact is that the 4-action system that we use allows us to draw out those themes, and again that probably aids our prioritisation. There is a part there about scoring them as well to ensure what we need to do in relation to compliance, for example. There could be a legal compliance aspect of that. Those may need to take a bit of priority, but also where there is that necessity for welfare, well-being of public and or staff within the organisation, those need to be prioritised as soon as possible.
Okay, thanks for that, Stuart. That's very helpful, and is my understanding of the process and the descriptions around governance that are in the paper. Does anybody have any more questions for Stuart at this stage? No? Well, really appreciate the update, and I think Mary's suggestion there that the so what's, if we get a little bit in an appropriate way, if we could get a little bit more information that at some point in the future, that would be helpful, Stuart. But thank you to you and thank you to your team.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's us now moving on to 4.3, which is the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit annual report. We've already met and heard from Jimmy Paul earlier, but Jimmy, you're going to lead us and talk us through this paper, so over to yourself.
Thanks very much, Chair. I appreciate it. So yes, thanks for having me back. It's a lovely opportunity to be here to talk about the work of the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit. I've been in post for a year now, continues to be one of the greatest privileges of my life, and to assume no knowledge, and Mark mentioned this earlier, the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit is funded by the Scottish Government, hosted by Police Scotland, and due to our budget being a little over 1 million, overseen by the SPA. From the previous financial year to this year, we received a flat cash budget, and that wasn't the case for everyone else in that directorate under Scottish Government. So a real sign of confidence and excitement about what we're doing at the Violence Reduction Unit. Now, we continue to have a separate grant letter to Police Scotland, which is signed off by the Scottish Government and SPA. And every year we develop a new business plan to deliver on in that financial year. And we write that in close partnership with colleagues from Police Scotland and the SPA, who form part of our governance group. Now, I'm aware that members may wish to see that business plan for this financial year, and I'm very happy for them to. So I will circulate that, as well as that academic paper I mentioned earlier, to the relevant person to circulate to you all following this contribution. And the paper I've written is a really short summary of the history of the Violence Reduction Unit, some of the key achievements, and mostly focused on plans for the year ahead. So I'm not going to talk through the whole paper, but I will offer some bullet point summaries of each of those points. So to assume no knowledge, so people are aware the Violence Reduction Unit was founded in 2005, attached to Strathclyde Police. It took a public health approach to the issue of violence for the very first time, particularly gang violence, focused in Glasgow. Public health approach means that you look at and follow the data, including not just quantitative data, but lived experiences, qualitative data. You understand what the root causes are. You test and evaluate new and exciting work to understand and get to the root of those root causes. And by the way, at this point, failing is okay, as long as you're open about getting things wrong, learn from it and move on. And the last part is to scale up the excellent practice that does work and make sure that's available to as many people as possible. By working with teachers, GPs, midwives, local authority leaders, health visitors, surgeons, and many more, the VRU has helped to build a growing chorus of hope and an understanding that we've all got a role to play to reduce violence in Scotland. I mentioned earlier, in that time between 2005 and 2014, homicides reduced by 60% in Glasgow and 52% across the rest of Scotland. For context, worth noting that was a much more rapid decline than the rest of the UK and other parts of Europe. There have been continued reductions in homicide and violence in Scotland, although it's now kind of steady at around just over 50 every year in terms of homicides, and young people have mostly led the way on this, with the greatest reduction being in the under 35 age category. So the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit is always careful to ensure credit's given to partners for making this a reality and continuing to build that growing chorus of support. And we continue to receive national and international attention for our work. And to that point, we have an event with the King on Friday, looking at how to reduce youth violence and to share learning with partners from across the UK. Previous year achievements. So I'm conscious that the paper is light on this, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't too wordy, and I wanted to share some key achievements from the last year in brief. We offered training to over 5,000 colleagues, ranging from in schools, educationalists, local authorities, police, probationary police officers, and many, many more, looking at things like trauma-informed practice, de-escalation, helping people to write violence prevention strategies, building safer community strategies, and much, much more. We incepted Violence Anonymous, the first of its kind in the world, and that's tricky because these things need to be self-sustaining, but we made sure one of our members of staff went through the 12 steps, the same as Narcotics Anonymous or Alcoholics Anonymous, and now we've got the world's first in-person Violence Anonymous community supporting those who have been involved in violence to make sure they stay away from it. We incepted some work looking at diversionary, keeping the most at-risk young people out of violence and trouble in the East End of Glasgow. We've looked at retail violence in 2 different shopping centres and working with one key partner. Just received a unit to use as a youth work space. We've continued to fund community navigators. For those who don't know what the navigators are, those are people who almost always have a lived experience of whether it's violence or an associated issue like an addiction or being in the care system, and they are located in communities or areas where people require support. People come to them and they help them navigate anything they need, be it education, housing, other forms, healthcare appointments or otherwise. And we've continued to fund them, and they're reaching people all over Scotland, mostly in the west of Scotland. We bringing partners together to innovate with diversionary programs, continuing that work with most at-risk young people, but also looking at the nighttime economy and bringing together partners around that. We have rolled out a program called Think Equal in Glasgow, a pro-social learning package which builds the emotional literacy and growth mindset in nursery school age children. So firmly in that primary prevention space is that piece of work. We continue to fund work looking at global majority communities and offer tailored violence reduction support for those communities. We are hearing that young Black men are often being targeted, particularly in Glasgow, to join gangs and get involved in violence. And we've done some work with the charity to support them to amplify those challenges and keep those young men away from violence. And we have helped local policing in their response to 2 different high-profile incidences of violence, making sure that that local policing response is robust, akin to what you heard actually in the case study earlier. So the plans for the year ahead, in my summary, in the paper it looks a bit different, but I will break them down into the 5 themes that feature in our business plan for the year ahead. So the first theme, possibly the most important, is children and young people. So whilst children and young people have led the way in the reduction of violence in Scotland, we are worried that the risk factors are increasing. We live in a post-COVID world, which has presented lots of challenges. 1 in 4 children still grow up in poverty. We know that there are challenges with those in and around the care system, and also the role social media is playing in relation to how we relate to one another in the world. And we're sharing violent and really difficult imagery for people to see, especially young people. So we've launched a social media project just last week, actually, and we'll deliver a series of inputs all over Scotland. We are co-creating an animation for Stop and Search, one for young people to educate them on why Stop and Search is a feature of Police Scotland's prevention activity, and one for police staff themselves to understand why, especially some young people who have had negative prior engagement with police officers, might present as triggered, and perhaps they are not, ensuring that we take a trauma-informed approach. We will convene campus officers or school liaison officers, as they're often called, and build a community of practice for them. We will work in 2 schools, one in Fife, one in West Lothian, for different reasons, but to help reduce issues of violence in those schools. The second theme is place-based project, and we will initiate a place-based project in the Lothian area, and we'll look at one in the Tayside area as well, and we'll continue to support work, less kind of leading a deep piece of work, but more supporting the ongoing work in a part of Glasgow. The third theme is repeat victims of violence. You heard me say earlier, about 2/3 of all of the violence in Scotland is concentrated on 1% of Scotland's population. So that's why Violence Anonymous and continuing to grow that community is important. We have worked with a local authority to secure funding for care navigators, essentially people with care experience of Scotland's care system who can support other young people who are currently navigating the care system and support them with whatever issues they're experiencing. We'll continue also to support the Braveheart Industries navigators, making sure that they are present in the alcohol courts, the drug courts, and the young people courts to support those individuals if they do not get a custodial sentence. The fourth theme is thought leadership, and we will convene all of the key players from across the violence space, making sure that we are sharing learning, sharing hope, potentially sharing resources to advance our shared agenda. And we'll look to initiate a blog and podcast series later this year to amplify the really good work that we know is happening out there. And the last one, if I had to choose a favourite, possibly my favourite theme, is making sure lived experiences are at the heart of everything we do. And we will set up an advisory board of those with lived experience of violence issues to guide us. And I imagine they will keep our finger on the pulse. They will say to us in our social media work, do you know that there are new apps that you've not come across yet? They will say to us, do you know that you're in the right scheme in your Edinburgh place-based project, or you're in the wrong scheme in what you're doing in Glasgow? They will be really crucial to making sure that our work is relevant and that we're impactful. There are a couple of cross-cutting themes I want to allude to. I spoke about the public health approach being led by data, taking a long-term approach, and being closely connected to Police Scotland to ensure synergy of activity in pursuit of our shared priorities. And one of the things I've done since being in post is make sure that we are closely connected to Police Scotland, even if we are kind of funded and sometimes seen as a little bit separate. It's really important that we're connected. And we will also begin to write a new strategy, as ours is due in 2026. So this year we will begin the heavily participatory start of that process, undertaking a roadshow, a listening roadshow all across Scotland, spending time with young people, adults, communities all over Scotland to hear about what helps them feel safe, what their concerns are, and what they would like to see in a violence reduction strategy. So to finish this section, we need to continue to work together like never before to prevent the risk factors increasing around young people and the issue of violence increasing in Scotland. We need to continue to be a voice of empathy and understanding when it's all too easy, and the narrative is often about coming down hard on violence or those young thugs. We want to move away from that language and make sure we're injecting some empathy into this narrative. And my request for SPN, I know I'll have some questions soon too, but my request for you is that if you can continue to champion our work, support us and help us be as connected as we could be, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy, for that overview and adding colour to the paper that you've actually delivered to us today. You know, you said at the outset that you would share your business plan and your performance framework with us, and we'll put that up on our website. So if you could do that, that would be much appreciated. So what I'll do is I'll open up to questions. Tom.
Thanks for that, Joy. Just from the outset, I'm hugely proud of the work of the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit and the particular reduction in homicide. It's at the apex of tackling violence. There's lots of other areas of violence that there's been huge success in as well. And the innovation that has come from the unit is one of the defining areas of policing business as well as preventative business. It goes beyond policing that's happened. And you see that in the growth of violence reduction units across other areas of the United Kingdom, the advice that's been given. So I mean, I can't praise the work enough. There's a couple of issues that I want to raise in terms of the SPA, which are beyond that hugely positive conversation that I just don't want to detract from at all. There was so technically, I think the paper said that we signed off the business plan, but it was, I think, just for clarity, I don't recall it coming for sign off. So I think there's some administrative process type things we just need to clarify for now and in the future. And I suppose the language as well about there's a fundamental, are we hosted? What does hosted mean? Is it so independent as no connection, that it's a partnership as opposed to it's part of the overall governance of SPA when it's reporting into the committee here. And I don't think that's clear enough yet. I think that's a conversation that needs to be taken off table. The business plan, the objectives of SVRU, etc., how that aligns to the policing priorities set by the Scottish Parliament, you know, and things like that. And you know, but at the same time, and just to reassure you, at the same time, maintaining that independence of thought that is so important to the Violence Reduction Unit, the independence of approach, etc., etc. Now, the SPA is not the delivery body, so we're not in any way the big influence there. So there's a few things in that I would just seek a bit of clarity on going forward, and it probably needs some open, transparent, candid conversation, so that we are a huge ally to you and your colleagues, and at the same time there's clarity, because there's grants. You talked about the grant being separate. There's many areas of business in policing that get separate grants. International development work that Police Scotland's been an example that comes to my own mind. I sit in the International Development Board for Police Scotland, so I've got a sense of that. So that it's not necessarily that's the defining thing either. But what's important is that we make sure the approach is safeguarded and aligned to the policing priorities in Scotland. But thanks very much for that. I appreciate it.
Chair, could I come back on some of those points? Is that okay?
Of course.
Thank you. Tom, thank you so much. And I know that you kind of in previous roles played such a huge part in some of the success of the VRU and some of the innovation. So the business plan, so what was signed off as the grant letter by the chief exec of the SPA, just to be clear on that. I'm open for the process, and we can speak with Scott and others if we need to about what that looks like, because I think sometimes the governance can be tricky with, Police Scotland there, SPA there, and Scottish Government. Super happy to share the business plan, super happy to reflect on how we produce that business plan for future years. But just for your reassurance as well, I worked really closely with the ACC, who was then kind of in our portfolio, Farouk Hussain, making sure that the priorities were filtered through every single action. And you'll see in the business plan when I share it, it lists under everything, it's very clearly aligned and mapped. I am so keen, because I think there is a risk that the Violence Reduction Unit isn't as close to Police Scotland as it could be, and isn't synergising and sharing data and resource and potential and guiding ourselves the way we should be. And there's a commitment to make the best of that kind of arrangement. And just to kind of allude to some of my language, I don't do it to be disruptive. I do it to allude to the fact that I think the SVRU has been seen as a bit separate in the past. That's why I'm using this language. I know what you mean. The International Development Unit is set up in such a way and separately granted. We could, though, people tell me and remind me all the time, you can't police your way out of violence and violence reduction, and that we could be hosted, I guess, anywhere. We could be hosted in lots of different ways, but the fact that we get such good support from Police Scotland, we need to see that as a strength and build on that. And so I'm just, for your reassurance, I'm committed to doing that.
Yeah. So I think very helpful questions from Tom, but strongly caveated by how supportive. It's just a question of those conversations taking place appropriately, so we get all the admin and the governance correct and the correct language around it. So your openness to that, Jimmy, that's appreciated. So if I could pass to Katerina for a question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Jimmy. You've actually, I think you've answered part of my question around independence by answering Tom's question, so that's really helpful. Other than that, I just wanted to say I'm incredibly supportive. I think I think this, together with the earlier session, was just incredibly helpful to see kind of what can happen in the preventative space, and it kind of closes the loop to a thought I had earlier when we were talking about the performance report. Because at the moment, I think what we focus on primarily is we focus in our performance metrics on the occurrence of crime, and then we focus on the detection rates, and those are kind of the two metrics. But what I think we fail to capture is exactly that: what would have happened if it had not been prevented by some other means. And I was also really struck by kind of the statistic you threw out at us that I think, did you say it's about 1%? So the violence kind of is generated by 1% really of the population. So small percent that kind of accounts for a really large percentage of all of the instances. And again, I'm thinking, is there something that we can reflect kind of more broadly from a performance perspective around how much of crime that we actually see is indeed kind of the same perpetrators, potentially same offenders. So I appreciate it's difficult. I appreciate there's it's much kind of broader themes, but so this is more like musings, I think, at this late stage in the committee session from my perspective, but I'm hugely supportive. I'm just incredibly encouraged, and wherever you sit, I think, your work is really, really important. So I'm you know, I wish there was a way of capturing the real value, you know, and I think you do bring the value out very much on a qualitative basis. I think quite often our decision makers are so focused on the quantitative side of this, you know, it's almost like if there isn't a pound sign that's attached to something, it's difficult sometimes to make the business case, etc. But I'm, you know, incredibly encouraged by what I've heard today. So just thank you very much from me. I'm really feeling quite inspired by this.
Thanks, Katerina. Any final questions for Jimmy? No, so I think Katerina summed up there. People are inspired by this. Excellent work going on there. If you can have those conversations with SPA officials, that would be much appreciated. And you know, thank you for highlighting the work of the violence reduction unit and the approach that you're taking. It's been very helpful and very insightful for us today. Okay, moving on then, in terms of the agenda, we move to 4.4, which is the National Crime Agency update report. And I believe we have Jerry McLean, the Regional Head of Investigations from the National Crime Agency, who's going to speak to this, and he is supported by DCS Dave Ferry. So, Jerry, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon to you. Thanks very much again for an opportunity to speak to you and the committee members. Good afternoon, committee members. My apologies, I'm not in the best environment, so hopefully the background noise will keep to a minimum, and I'll be able to pick out some of the things from the report, which I hope you have in front of you, and then maybe bring Dave in for some comments as well around about that while we have some discussions prior to the meeting. I think we're still trying to, as an organisation, into the rhythm of our 6-monthly reporting to the full board, fulfilling our obligations and commitments to the Performance Committee itself. And the document that hopefully you have in front of you is very much just an extract of that 6-month snapshot and period. So I'll try and provide some context around about that as well. And maybe at this early stage, I should just do a sound check. Are you hearing me okay, Chair? Thank you. Thank you. So I'll pull out a few highlights and points. I'll try and give some context around about the data. Is a bit data heavy. Some of the successes and some of the opportunities moving forward. But at the same time, qualify that, you'll probably see a lot more detail and a more developed picture at the next 6-month reporting, which is scheduled for about October this year. So we're slightly in between those reporting cycles. And again, I think there's some events planned between the NCA and the fuller board and committee in the coming weeks that, again, we can maybe take a deeper dive if that's helpful. In the early parts of the slides, there's a few highlights in there. I think what I wanted to point to was the conscious decision, I think we've spoken to this before, of working closely with Police Scotland to target the higher end of high harm, so the more impacted crime groups, and make sure that, you know, with the resources that we have available to us, both as in a collegiate and collaborative function, that we're getting the best value and we're having the greatest impact that we absolutely can. Some of the numbers that you'll see in a second, I think, show some of that contrast where we have perhaps moved away from volume work last year to more targeted work within the 4-month period and actually over this last 12-month period as well. So some of the things that you'll see, there's a broadly positive trend, a 7% increase year on year around about that. And you'll see a drop off in what we call our minor disruptions. So helpful, but perhaps don't slow down the crime groups as much as we'd like. And certainly a conscious effort to increase our moderate and our major disruptions around some of the crime groups. And hopefully you see the reflective figures show some of that. I'll go on and give a bit more detail in a second, but that's set against some of our non-discretionary work, which has introduced some resilience and some capacity issues. So primarily those are the referrals from Border Force that come through our international airports in Scotland. And we've seen an increase in some of that activity, which I'll touch on later on in the document, if you've not already had a chance to look at that. Moving on to the data slides, I'm not going to explain to you what the disruption model is, but it's fairly self-explanatory. But just picking out a few of those things, you may well look at those data sets and say, well, there looks to be less support disruptions to Police Scotland, and there's more NCA-led activity. What I'd say is that now that
the forces adopted the wider performance framework, the HMICS framework. That's very much maturing and bedding in, and working collectively with Police Scotland, we're a lot more targeted in what we're doing. So there's less requirement for the NCA to provide some of that support, and where it is still required, then it is more niche and it is more targeted. So hopefully, in terms of the volumes, doing as much, if not more than last year, pointing in the right areas. And I think both in terms of our collaborative arrangements and independently, we are benefiting that from a law enforcement perspective, and ultimately, hopefully, the communities of Scotland are benefiting from that as well. One of the slides is about tilt disruptions, and there's a lot of bar charts there. I think what I'd say about that is we are not where we want to be at this time of the year, but it is a 4-month capture. So it doesn't give the full picture. Without being slightly overly defensive or providing too many explanations, what I'd say, some of that is about the investigative cycle. So you'll see some indicative figures there of overall NCA disruptions within the last, so for the last financial year 23-24, and what we call is those tilt disruptions. So those major, moderate and the highest harm investigations, 382 I think is the number, and there's 39 of those related to Scotland. We are behind the curve. We are behind the curve in terms of our figures to date last year and where we want to be in that target of 39. But what I would say about that is, you may be seeing from some of the recent press coverage, there is a lot of disruptions in the pipeline, which we're anticipating through court results, sentencing, confiscation and the like, that we think we are pretty confident, have a high level of confidence will come to fruition in the latter half of this financial year. So while we are very mindful of it, it's not necessarily a concern at this stage, and I'm fairly confident that we will catch up in the latter half of the year for the reasons that I said. I'll maybe just finish off and then bring Dave a chance to come in. I think the last slide deck talks a little bit about some of the operational performance, and there's 3 or 4 areas that I just wanted to touch on. So I mentioned earlier some of that non-discretionary work that the NCA has to service. Within the same reporting period last year, we had 3 referrals from Border Force of passengers come through our international airports, primarily Edinburgh and Glasgow, in possession of drugs or significant amounts of drugs. Within the same reporting period, we've had 20 incidents and 21 arrests, and you'll see the figures there. You know, almost half a ton of herbal cannabis and £1 million worth of cocaine. So they are not insignificant. What the agency's been doing about that, you may be seeing some of the recent media campaigns. We've had hopefully quite a wide-ranging comm strategy around about that, because this is not peculiar to Scotland. We're seeing it all across the UK, and in some respects, Scotland is but the tip of the iceberg when you look at the volumes. In the early part of the calendar year, a lot of that activity seemed to be originating in North America, particularly Canadian flights, where obviously there's a different legislative framework around about herbal cannabis. The agency's done a lot of work with North American colleagues, intensifications at the point of departure, and we've actually seen those numbers start to drop off, and we've seen that in Scotland as well. Whether or not that's been displaced or otherwise, what it's been taken over by is flights originating from Southeast Asia and principally Thailand. So again, as recently as last week, there was some engagement with the Thai authorities in London. I'm not going into the details of that on this line necessarily, but we are again looking for a similar type response at the point of departure to see if we can reduce the numbers that hit our UK airports. What I should say, of those 21 arrests, probably a fraction of them, probably single-digit percentage, are Scottish. Most of them are from other parts of the United Kingdom and using our international airports just as a point of transit. Often they are being recruited and encouraged by organised crime groups to undertake that task for payment. There can be vulnerability around about them on occasions, but generally they understand what the task is and they're content to undertake that. So that's a piece of work that is we've had to manage alongside that conscious effort about the targeted tackling of serious organised crime in Scotland. I just wanted to quickly touch on the child sexual abuse and exploitation piece. And I think a lot of this will be a lot more developed in our 6-month reporting. But very much in summary, the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children in America is the main body that makes the referrals to the United Kingdom and exclusively to the NCA. We then disseminate those 2 forces after undertaking quite an extensive case management process and risk management tools around about that as well. As those numbers have steadily increased within the last financial year, that created some capacity issues for the NCA. So there was a bit of a drop-off in the disseminations to forces. It's not to say that those referrals from the US authorities were not there. It was trying to manage them and get those disseminations through to the respective forces. In the last 6 months, there's been a lot of work done with Police Scotland about those case management tools, about the best way to manage some of the risk around about that. And what I'm pleased to say that we think we've cleared that choke point, if you will, within the NCA. We'll put additional resource into that, and we'll start to see those referrals come through in the numbers that the force experienced in the last few years. That may sound like good news, but that will put some resource and capacity challenges onto the force, which is why I mention it. But it's very much a collaborative approach. We are not going to offer some sort of data dump of what I'd like to be, certainly at the high hundreds, if not thousands, of disseminations over the course of the end of this financial year. So we're working very much hand in hand with the force about the best way to manage, but at the same time ensuring there's not unattended risk either within our communities or for children that are across Scotland. But as I say, we'll probably be able to fill that out with a little bit more statistical data in our next report. And then final thing I just wanted to end on was the NCA did some media reporting around about serious crime prevention orders. The numbers are there. I thought just by way of a little bit of an explainer there, they are broadly for England and Wales and Northern Ireland. Very much where we seek, and we do seek, serious crime prevention orders in Scotland. Again, our first point of call and collaboration is with the Police Scotland team who developed that. So, for example, you maybe seen some of the media reporting in the last couple of weeks. Excuse me a second. I'll just try and finish in the last 60 seconds. So you may maybe seen some of the reporting around about the James Stevenson case. So that would be a case in point where it's very much a collaborative effort. The NCA have hopefully made a significant contribution, but we'll work with Police Scotland to ensure there's application for those serious crime prevention orders laid before the court at the sentencing point on the 2nd of October. And I know David will maybe speak to some of the successes that Police Scotland have had around about SCPOs as well. Apologies for my environment, and I'll maybe pause there, but happy to take any questions either now or after Dave's spoken, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Jerry, and appreciate your in transit. You're travelling at this moment in time, so you've made a huge effort to join us, giving us a very comprehensive overview there, so thank you. Dave, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to the insights that Jerry's provided.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, members. Just to pick up a couple of points there. So Jerry's report covers a wealth of activity across the NCA work and how it links into Police Scotland. Just to pick up on a couple of points. So Jerry mentioned there, just in regard to that maturing of relationships. Well, the relationship between Police Scotland and NCA is absolutely fantastic, and actually we continue to get great benefit, particularly with our links into NCA. Where it's beginning to mature and we're seeing real benefit is in regard to our ability to lean into the NCA for their specialist capability, where we're perhaps servicing other jobs and we're looking for that technical expertise and ability to lean in against serious organised crime groups. So that's a real benefit for us. Jerry also mentioned in terms of the child sexual abuse matters that come through, we do have a very mature relationship with the NCA, in particular around about their management triage system and how that's kind of incorporating, how that comes through, in essence, a pipeline at the Police Scotland and how we manage that. So Jerry's mentioned there was a bit of a drop-off and a lag in them coming through, and it's about when they do start to come through and have started to come through that pipeline, how we better manage them and how we understand that. So we've enhanced our triage process round about that to ensure that supervisory oversight and assurance, that risk assessment piece, and actually making sure that we have a bit more of a automated system in terms of how those images are brought through the pipeline, put through CADE for that image identification, so we can streamline that process, just so anticipating that increase in numbers. So I'll give you an idea in numbers. Since 2015, there was 500 referrals at that time through the NCA. That's going to be over 3,000 this year, so that's 600% increase. So it's a massive increase. But that's obviously due to the fact that people are far more online in their use these days, so that's not unexpected. And in terms of SCPOs, I mean, Jerry touched on it very briefly there. We do manage a lot of SCPOs. We have 122 granted at the minute. 34 of those are managed live in the community. and we have a team that manage that, and we link in very closely with the NCA. Jerry mentioned there one of our cases there with Jamie Stevenson, very topical at the minute because it was in the press. Those are the key areas where we look for SCPOs and how we manage those people in the community when they come out, but hopefully they're not going to be out for a long period of time in that particular case. So, but we'll continue to manage that through. But in terms of that, Jerry covers a massive amount in that paper there, and we continue to link in with them. But I'll open it up, I'd imagine, now to questions that I've no doubt the committee members will have about the paper. Thank you.
No, thanks to you, Dave, and thanks to Jerry. So with that, can I open it up? And if there's anybody got any questions, please come in. Oh, Tom?
Thanks very much for the update. My question's around the proceeds of crime. When you look at those cases that you've referenced there, the values that are there, and then the actual recoveries, the numbers, and then actually what comes in, there's always a big gap. Is there any sort of reflection in that? Is that gap narrowing? Are there still, from an operational perspective, I accept a defect in the legislation's effectiveness?
Dave, I'll offer a comment first and then let you come in. It is a really interesting question, Tom. And I look at it from a UK perspective. Certainly as an agency, we still make great use of the Proceeds of Crime Act and certain elements within that, the Part 5 confiscation, for example. But actually an awful lot of our work now is in the civil space, where we do a lot of civil recovery. That's particularly impactful in Northern Ireland. I think whether it be paramilitaries or organised criminals, the introduction of Proceeds of Crime was fantastic. But of course they have become more sophisticated over the years, and the complexity of trying to unearth or identify those assets and attribute them to those individuals can sometimes be so elongated and protracted that civil options are often the best opportunity. To that end, as part of that growth, if you will, or maturing of the Organised Crime Partnership, we now have a representative from Civil Recovery Unit who comes in to the team once a day each week and works with us around about what cases we are developing, what opportunities may be within them that we may not take through a criminal justice outcome, but that we could refer at an early stage to CRU to see whether there's any opportunities there to strip the sort of wealth and power base of some of those crime groups. So we are looking at other opportunities. Process crime has its space, but I think it's but one tactical option that we will use from time to time. Dave, I don't know if you've got another view on that or can add to that.
No, I'd probably just support what you said, Jerry. Like you say, in terms of staff involved in poker legislation, they're heavily involved in that, with linking with the NCA, just round about opportunities to have that disruption piece, because nothing hurts a criminal more than taking either the cars off them, the houses off them, or the monies off them. So actually, it's a fantastic tool. What I would say, and this is probably something that's been mentioned to committee members before, obviously, and this is very Scotland specific as opposed to the wider NCA piece, is Proceeds of Crime legislation is different in Scotland than it is obviously in England and Wales, in terms of some of those seizures in England and Wales. A percentage of that through the ARIS scheme is then reinvested back into policing. And actually that drives a lot of their activity, some of their staff and resources, technical abilities. We don't have that in Scotland. It's something that we are keen to engage Scottish Government more in. I don't know whether or not it's been brought up previously with the committee here or as part of the wider board, but it is something that is actively being looked at to gauge the appetite of the Scottish Government, perhaps, to look at that. But again, it's Police Scotland specific as opposed to the NCA Police Scotland kind of partnership, but it is something we would be keen to advance to that. Helps with the answer or not.
No, that's helpful. I've got a couple of questions. You described, that focus on the higher end of high harm, so you get the greatest impact, and this is high value work, and how the disruption model in there all operates. So these risks and these threats, what's coming next? how do you think to the future? How do you gather intelligence? So that you're staying ahead of the curve, as it were, in terms of things that are so impactful on the citizens of Scotland. And then just the second question I've got is, I'd like a little bit of insight from your perspective of the value of the Scottish Crime Campus, which we believe is very important, but you would like to hear how it's working, from the NCA and Police Scotland's perspective.
Don't know if Jerry's dropped off or not, but I suppose I can start on that. In terms of in terms of how you stay ahead, it is very much about all our serious and organised crime activity is very much intel driven, and it's how we best gather and pull in the data in terms of that intelligence-led policing, and that is absolutely key within our ability to really impact serious and organised crime gangs. That can be through traditional surveillance, as you could imagine, but a lot more often now it's that technical capability, and in particular, so I mentioned there Operation Pepperoni, which was the James Stevenson case, looking at material that otherwise we might not otherwise have access to. So really looking at encrypted data, supported devices, how we can get in there, and that really brings in that cyber element and how we better stay one step ahead of the curve. That's really difficult to do, and we actually, in fairness, Jerry will maybe come on this, we rely on the NCA very heavily in terms of our ability to stay one step ahead of that. Yeah. So the next few years of policing, it will be very much as the how do we stay ahead? How do we understand what the next bit of technology is? How do we get in the front foot? And how does that morph our policing approach and the NCA's approach to how we tackle upstream? And it's about understanding what them threat and risks are. And that's not just with the NCA, that's in terms of our partnerships abroad with FBI, Secret Service, the other Five Eyes communities, is how do we morph that into policing? How do we understand what the threat and what that means? In terms of your second point, the campus is an absolutely fantastic model. I'm sure Jerry will echo that when he comes in. In terms of our ability, not just through the OCP, but also with the other partners, to quickly get around the table, discuss issues, manage a case. So even coming back to that Pepperoni example with Jamie Stevenson, at that time the NCA were effecting an arrest in Holland. We also were able to run that from Gartcosh and have South American police online as well as the Spanish police. So actually that community campus model is absolutely key in delivering it. And I know that other forces down south, we are the envy of them when they come up and look at the campus. We've just gone through the 10th anniversary there, celebrating everything that is. Is there more that can be done? 100%. Of course there is, because co-location doesn't always mean people are working in the same bubble. There's still that separation and actually looking at how we can really share and collaborate better. So a cyber fraud model, you've probably heard the Police in the Digital World input, is looking at how we better align our cyber and fraud response. NCA will be key in that as well. So actually it's going to continue to morph over the next few years, and actually I think this model is the one that we can still adapt, bring up to date even more, but it's absolutely the jewel in the crown, I think, for policing in Scotland. Thank you.
That's powerful to hear that, Dave. Thank you. I don't know if Jerry's still with us.
Yeah, as a former head of cybercrime, I should have better technical skills than this. My apologies, Chair. I'll not rehearse all of that again. I would echo some of the sentiment that Dave said. I think a fair challenge to the crime campus is, does it serve the Central Belt in North Lanarkshire? And that case in point, is truly an international investigation, which was coordinated, investigated, and very much led by, professional investigators within the crime campus at Gartcosh. So it wasn't handed to us by international partners, and we didn't play a minor role. Collectively, we instigated that investigation, command and controlled it and coordinated it from North Lanarkshire, and pretty much touched every corner of the world in doing so. So I think a fantastic effort, and probably only possible in part through co-location, but more particular, the relationships, professional relationships that are developed as a consequence of that. And I could thank many people for that, but that's for another day, I think. As to the future, I think Dave's talked about increasingly more difficult to understand how organised crime groups communicate with each other and their intentions. And often some of those capabilities may exist within the UK, but we will often reach out to international partners. So again, that agility and the ability to be dynamic from Scotland to often other international partners or European colleagues who will have the capabilities, as was the case with the EncroChat phenomena. The other piece and final piece I would say is, and it links back to the proceeds of crime to some degree, is the change in society and the sophistication of some criminals trying to identify their assets, which are often now digital or crypto assets. So one of the pieces that we've done in the last few months is stand up a digital assets and cryptocurrency team, which I hope you'll hear a little bit more about, or I think we maybe catch up in the coming weeks. But things like we're working with CRU on about blockchain, for example, and just trying to unpick how criminals might mask their money to evade law detection, the detection of law enforcement, when often those monies are digital chains that are of a global nature. So I think that those are some of the key points: is, you know, communication, wealth distribution around about that, but the globalization of organised crime and that international reach is pretty much a fundamental within most investigations these days. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks, Jerry. Does anybody have any final questions? No, very helpful update. We look forward to the 6 monthly and your next report here. Really valuable, really insightful for us, and we appreciate Jerry, you joining us internationally, I believe. So thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. So we now move on to the final item on today's agenda, section 5, which is a work plan, which is a look forward to the committee work plan. It's been shared, you've all read it. Does anybody have any comments, anything to add or discuss here? All comfortable? Okay. Really appreciate all the hard work, all the preparation that goes into this Policing Performance Committee. A full agenda as always, a lot of questions, hopefully searching and adding value, and we really appreciate the responses to them. So with that, I will close today's meeting and look forward to catching up with everybody again soon. Thank you.